That was a beautiful performance. That was...
It was a massage.
A massage, exactly. It has a title, though. It says Invocation and Ritual Dance of the Young Pumpkin. That's from a very early album, Absolutely Free. Probably a well-known album in the Zappa world. No, I mean in the world that wasn't involved with Zappa. Many people have heard some parts of Absolutely Free through the years, if they were just brushing up against Zappa. But what I did there, what they've never heard before, is Frank doing the introduction to Cheapness, the monster movie montage. And right when he says, and this is Cheapness, I sideswiped that introduction and brought in another song completely unrelated to Cheapness, Invocation and Ritual Dance of the Young Pumpkin. So no one's ever heard that collage before. I can guarantee you it. No one would dare interrupt Frank. But I did, and that's what we just experienced, sideswiping Cheapness with something from a few years earlier. So now I must mute everybody.
All participants are now muted.
Allow Roxy in.
Yeah, connecting to the cheapness.
You say it's, yes?
The cheapness of America that became the uniform of the global solar salon, Bob salon. His work making the market.
Right, and you would think that's the meaning of the 1975 album, One Size Fits All. But you'll see in the Bob Marshall interview, Bob Marshall projected that meaning, and Frank said, no, it had another meaning. It didn't mean that. It didn't mean uniformity. It meant some other accommodating. It could be one Rumpelstiltskin could be, as a tetrad manager, could be many sizes and modulate the responses of the audience, the global co-creators in the global theater of the solar banking. It was something complex, more complex in the meaning, Frank said, rather than just a simple uniformity, everybody wearing the same uniform dictated by Roxy's grandparents.
Yes, and today I would like to talk about the pedagogic and political side of Frank Zappa. And exploring this has been a real amazing trip.
Okay, but Roxy, I have something I want to read. Hold it, Roxy. I have something I want to read to you to see how this affects what you're going to present. Okay, because it is something that you agree with. But I happen to read a summary of the movie by Tim Carey, 1962, called The World's Greatest Sinner. And Zappa did some of the music for it, and I don't think he did all of the music, but and he talks about it on the famous bicycle performance on the Steve Allen Show. He says it's coming up next week, and Steve Allen is in March 1963, so the end of March is when I thought it was a premiere, but apparently it never had a complete premiere. It just would be performed or shown periodically in different theaters around the country or something. But this was a special one, and there's a picture of Frank on stage with Tim Carey, the director. Now, listen to this, Roxy. Our point is that Frank is involved with things that anticipate Iondom. So listen to this. So here's the New York Times summary of the movie. Character actor and cult hero Timothy Carey wrote, produced, and directed this one-of-a-kind parade of the unusual, in which Tim Carey stars as Clarence Hilliard. I used to know a young hockey player in Nova Scotia, in Dartmouth, named Hilliard Graves, who was probably the first kid who ever made it to the National Hockey League that I know of that came out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Now you have the best players in the NHL, Crosby, whatever his name is, Sidney Crosby, they came out of Dartmouth. Maybe they were coached by Hilliard. Hilliard got into the National Hockey League in the early 70s. But Clarence Hilliard, I'm always looking for connections to me. So in this parade of the unusual, one-of-a-kind parade of the unusual, in which Tim Carey stars as Clarence Hilliard, who is a seemingly content insurance salesman who undergoes a remarkable transformation. Hilliard, bored with his job and certain fate has bigger things in store for him, begins telling customers that insurance is pointless, which leads to him being fired. Now, this is the script. This movie was started to be made in the late 50s. I think it took him 4 or 5 years for Tim Carey to make it. So here is Tim Carey responding to the Global Theater brought in by the satellite, October 4th, 1957. Hilliard then declares that, quote, there's only one God, and that's man, unquote. And with the help of his loyal gardener, Alonzo, forms, dig this, the Eternal Man political party, and throws his hat into the political arena. It's based on a mandate that humans are eternal. That just sounds like us. Can you dig that, Roxy?
Yes.
Isn't that amazing?
Yes.
The Eternal Party. And so it says, to attract attention to his crusade, Hilliard learns to play guitar, and in brackets, well, sort of, hires a rock and roll band, and stages frenetic shows in which he throws himself about with a frantic abandon, like a cross between Gene Vincent and James Brown. So like he's taking off on the Elvis hip-shaking phenomenon, and whoever else jumped on that. What Cal? No, Vito hasn't performed yet. Vito and the Dancers don't show up till 64, 65. But he's predicting, yes, it's a good point, that Vito actually led the freak-out scene in L.A. in the mid-60s. He was flinging himself about with frantic abandon. So this was anticipated by director Tim Carey, as this guy is, and, you know, Tim Carey's a Hollywood actor in this period. He's performing in Stanley Kubrick's movies and making a unique imprint by himself, so or from himself. So he is maybe satirizing the rock and roll, the new phenomenon that Elvis started. This what Wyndham Lewis called dithyrambic spectators. The spectator becoming dithyrambic. So it says Hilliard. Excuse me. Interruption there. Another frequency came into my throat. I'll beat that down.
A ghost?
Beat that back. Yes, I'm beating that ghost back. Damn, ghost came in there for a second. All right. Hilliard drops the name Clarence and proclaims himself God and begins attracting a fanatical legion of followers. We've done that here. We've done that just as much here. Ion claims I'm, well, Moses' main right-hand man, the man behind Moses. All kinds of grandiose claims made here. And so Hilliard, the character, Clarence Hilliard, drops the name Clarence, proclaims himself God, and begins attracting a fanatical legion of followers. A mysterious political kingmaker offers his services to Hilliard. Could that be Ion? A mysterious political kingmaker offers his services to Hilliard, and God, meaning Hilliard, soon finds himself a serious contender for the office of President of the United States. That's timely with our time this year, the Donald Trump, Ben Carson, everybody else of nobody reality trying to become president. That's happening this summer, this fall. A mysterious political kingmaker offers his services to Hilliard, and God soon finds himself a serious contender for the office of President of the United States. Growing crazed with his own power, Hilliard tells his followers that they are superhuman beings. In brackets, one who does not live up to Hilliard's high standards is forced to commit suicide. I don't know if that means one of them was, or in general that's a principle. He seduces both 70-year-old grandmothers and 14-year-old groupies and tells potential voters that if elected, he can make all people millionaires and bring eternal life to those who follow him. Does that sound like I do? That's what we've promised that to people, haven't we?
Yeah.
We always have the proviso, though, from Ion, that you're already eternal and you're already a millionaire. You just don't realize it. So we have a default insurance, or whatever the phrase is. So anyways, he's got a political party that's going to make everybody millionaire and bring eternal life to all those who follow him. Certainly when I run for president or get noticed that I've been running for president for decades, I will be propagating that kind of dogma. Hilliard's long-neglected wife and children, that sounds like Carolyn, are taken aback by Clarence's transformation, urging him to turn his back on this blasphemous crusade and return to the Catholic faith of his earlier days. Remember that, Carol? Remember when you wanted me to return, to ignore Ion and go back to the old ways of whatever that was? maybe the evergreens, cosmic awareness. So anyways, his long-neglected wife and children are hoping he'd go back and drop this fiasco. So Clarence, or God, facing a crisis of conscience, he challenges the Supreme Being to prove its existence. Then it says in this review by the New York Times, shot on a shoestring budget over a period of 4 years, the world's greatest sinner is, if anything, even more bizarre than a recounting of its plot would lead you to expect, and has inspired a surprisingly large fan following, considering the fact the film never received a nationwide release. Carey chose to distribute it himself. Frank Zappa, who was 22 when the film was released, composed the musical score and wrote the title song, quote, as a sinner he's a winner, honey, he's no beginner, unquote. So if he composed the musical score, maybe he did everything. Noted voiceover artist Paul Frees narrates, and Ray Dennis Steckler, who later developed a cult following of his own for his movie called The Incredibly Strange Creatures Who Stopped Living and Became Mixed Up Zombies, Mr. Steckler was one of the cameramen. So they don't tell us what happened when Hilliard challenged the Supreme Being to prove his existence. But guess what? I saw this movie. You can't see it on YouTube. Tim Carey passed on in about 1994. He was a good friend of Jerry Fialka's, and Jerry Fialka used to say, once he became my mentor, Garrett Dean, that Garrett Dean was to me as Tim Carey was to Jerry. So he had some kind of nice relationship with Tim Carey. And Jerry got to know his son. So back in 97 or so, Tim Carey's son invited Jerry and I and Carolyn. Were you there, Carolyn? Yeah. Out to his place in El Monte. You have there's a ghost again. Beat it back. It's like Zappa said in the intro to the cheapness. No.
Drink some water, Bob.
What, you want me to drink this water? Is it our special kind of water? Is it our special kind of water?
Yeah.
Yes, it has the salt in it. Yeah, it's our water. It has salt in it. Imagine that, drinking salt-filled water. Who does that? Anyways, remember Zappa was in the little intro to Cheapness. The guy had a bar, and it was visible on the screen, and so they were going, no, put it back, no. That's what I'm trying to do with the ghost here that's screwing up my voice. Carolyn's salt so far has not helped very much. You can see the ghost is still fighting it off. But where were we? What were we talking about? The world's greatest sinner, and oh yeah, so Jerry, so Tim Carey's son invited Jerry and I to his home where Tim Carey lived, and I don't know if he was living there when he made this, but it is the Carey household. And 3 years after Tim Carey has passed, and it's in El Monte, and in the early 60s, Zappa at the Studio Z, or maybe even before Studio Z, when Paul Buff was running the studio and Frank was learning from him. Out there in Cucamonga, they recorded a song by maybe the Penguins, I think it was. Memories of El Monte became a big hit. So it's interesting that this guy who makes this very conceptually continuous and relevant situation for Frank to use, because Frank did build on this movie. I asked Frank through the Evergreens, and we could suspect it anyways, but I checked with Frank after he'd passed on, and he confirmed that a lot of the themes in that movie are in his work. So watching it in Tim Carey's home was pretty interesting, and there was that picture that his son showed me of Frank standing there watching Tim Carey. It's the only photo of Frank looking like he's learning. He's there watching Tim Carey run the premiere, direct the audience, and Frank's standing back observing. Who took that picture? That's what's incredible. A very revealing picture. So there it was in the mantelpiece of Tim Carey's home, and I got to see that. So obviously I was meant to be connected to this movie because of those kind of circumstances of seeing it. Who can claim they saw the movie in Tim Carey's home, right? Who can do that, Roxy? I challenge you to come up with something. I mean, maybe you did that at Stockhausen's home. What, did you watch something Stockhausen made at his home? Did that happen to you, Roxy?
No. I only saw him at the Technisches Universität. And
that's right, and he was a little hard to pay attention to. Yes, and he was always distracted himself. Okay, so do you get this point I'm making? a guy runs for president on the Iandom platform of promising or guaranteeing everybody's eternal and that he'll make them millionaires. How much more? Now, what happens is things go awry after he gets proof or something happens when the Supreme Being. So we'll leave that for people to see. I don't think I should ruin the punchline. But it fits in with Ion, the punchline, fits in with what we're about. And so I have thought about this movie every now and then, thought about it in terms of Frank, but I had not read a crystal clear prose version of the movie where they pointed out it was the Eternal Party, which I had forgotten. So with that's proof that Frank is connected to Iandom, and all of his work, as your thesis is, as Roxy said many times, is that he was prefiguring John the Baptist for Iandom. And can you imagine if any Zappa fans are listening to this right now, I don't know if any ever will, they're going to be shocked and hang up right at this point. Well, I ask you, don't hang up. You're going to be surprised. You got to do what Frank asked you to do. Relax and allow and freak out.
This is really interesting, how the cheapness of America became the environment, and how Frank and people that propose an alternative in the political forum, like LaRouche, try to fight this cheapness and try to show where is the solution to what is happening in the environment and the people becoming sick. Like LaRouche said, democracy is sick is a mistake, because they say the one that gets the most votes is the one that have to rule. But look, when people like the Bushes, the Daddy and Junior win, they may have the most votes, but that doesn't mean that they're the best ideas or the best for the people. So he thinks the system is sick and the people, because of the cheapness that they consume from the environment. And he goes to criticize in a very serious way, and it's amazing that both LaRouche and Zappa see music as a very important part of their political agenda to solve the situation, to heal the environment and the people. And that's the amazing part of the whole situation.
How they overlap.
Yes,
yeah,
because
LaRouche in the night.
LaRouche
let me say this, Roxy.
Saying,
hey, Roxy, let me respond. LaRouche is saying that was what Mozart, Bach, and Beethoven were doing, and those great composers of the 19th century, right? But LaRouche says it ends with Brahms.
I can explain his whole ideas, because he says the human as an individual is mortal, but the human species is eternal. And we have to find sense in what we're doing by connecting to the eternal, by connecting to the ideas that come from the beginning and create the progress. And that's why he went to study Leibniz and Bach, because that brings you back to Rixdorf. The King Friedrich der Zweite of Franz II of Prussia had a salon, and he was a very special character. Many say he was gay. He loved to play the flute, and he was actually more into philosophy and the arts. But his father was a real Prussian, and he wanted him to become a military. And he tried to escape with a friend when he was young, and the friend was killed because of treason. And then he married and became king, but he never had children. But he was a very tolerant very open-minded, and he brought the Bohemians that made Rixdorf, and they brought the ideas of Amos Comenius that said everybody, education has to be universal and for everybody. And so...
And this is Frederick, is this Frederick II? What's the name of this king?
Yeah, Friedrich der Große.
Frederick II.
Yeah, that's in
he brings
the 18th century.
We should make sure they hear the names. Comenius comes to Rixdorf, where you live in Berlin.
Comenius was the first pedagogue.
Yeah.
He made the first book for teaching. And he said the environment is teaching you, the whole environment, nature, and not only the schools, and the schools should be for everybody, not only for the aristocrats. And the king made the first public schools. And this is very interesting because at that time, there were the first experiments with electricity here in Berlin. And Franklin was aware of these things. And all these things happened in the Salon of the King. The Salon was like the internet of today, the place where the intellectuals and the art will get together and exchange ideas. And he also brought Voltaire.
Was Leibniz there? Was Leibniz there?
No, Leibniz was a very good friend of his grandmother. But he really knew about Leibniz and his ideas that are similar to LaRouche, that men had to connect to the big human traditions to make their work meaningful, to have a sense in their life. Otherwise, there is no sense. And Bach was also a student of Leibniz and Kepler, and he brought Bach to the court in Potsdam, and he had a way of entertaining himself, the king. He will give Bach some music ideas, and Bach had to develop them as fugues.
Really?
And this is from a idea from Leipzig, from Leibniz. I'm sorry. He said, you have to develop your mind using these tools, and music was a very important tool to develop all the capabilities of your mind and show what you could do. And Bach was like the master of this. He will get a pattern, and he will make all types of variations of the musical melody, the rhythm, like inversions, and all types of changes that to show the capabilities of the human mind. So he wrote his theories, the Well-Tempered Clavier and the Art of the Fugue, from these ideas of Leibniz and the place he had with the king, their entertainment. And LaRouche went to these ideas because he says to face the challenges we have now, the only way to solve these problems is to develop the mind. And music is not entertainment. Music is the only tool in which you can use your whole brain. And through music, you can learn you get a pattern, how to play with it, and expand on that. And it's the same with ideas. It can be a melody, but it can also be, it's what you do. And Bach was amazing because he went to study the tradition from the Greeks. The Greeks saw that there was some type of correspondence between the notes and the planets, and that's why in the middle of the scale is Sol, the note, which is the sun, because everything is like rotating around the sun. And Kepler went to study these ideas, of how, because he wanted to understand how God's power works, and to understand the power of God, they had to understand this intelligence that is in nature, the mathematics and the music. And they also, since antiquity, God as a composer.
God as a composer,
Bach was fascinated with these ideas that the acoustic is reflected in the visual space, in the space. Yeah. And he went to make the well-tempered clavier, the division of the clavier in 12 equal intervals in the notes. And this reflects the cosmic, because he said this is a way to praise God. And when you use this system, you're actually using like the cosmic. So
the universal laws of God?
Yes, because Kepler wanted to understand why the planets move like they move, and he discovered then gravity and the elliptical movement. But to do that, he used harmonies.
And that's not presented in modern scientific education, the fact to use harmonies. That's pretty interesting.
No, because usually it's like Descartes, Kepler, Bach. They were all what we say mystics. But the system just sees they were great mathematicians and scientists. They don't want to go to the fact that, for example, Descartes said his ideas came from an angel, or he also got many things from dreams. He was in parallel worlds, and Bach.
They don't mention that.
No, they just say, oh, Bach is a great mathematician. But why was he into science? Because he wanted to understand the power of God, how this power works.
Because he was a musician, and he was responsible for the music.
Was created. They wanted to understand the power we put outside, the frequencies.
Right, outside of ourselves. But Bach as a musician knew...
He's fascinated by this.
Let me just say this. Let me just say, hey, Roxy, let me say this. So you're saying Bach as a musician knew that there were physical laws in music, and they reflected the laws of the Creator. So he had to know what the latest knowledge was on that understanding to make his music. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes, and actually there was also a person doing the first experiments on electricity, and that person was also Bach friends. And I was very surprised. That was before Franklin. Actually, Franklin got his electricity set from that person. I never remember name.
Was his name Leyden? Leyden, the Leyden jar? The name Leyden, Leyden, comes to me. Is that who it was? Can't remember. Okay, don't worry about it. So what were you going to say about LaRouche? So what LaRouche?
Right. Or something like that, Professor. And there was another Winkler that wrote in 1744 Gedanken vor der Eigenschaften, Wirkungen und Ursachen der Elektrizität. So thoughts about the effects and the causes of electricity. That was written in 1744. And Bach knew these people that were working on electricity, and that's the time where he starts to make these musical offers for the king and develop his art of the fugue and the well-tempered clavier. So it's already we see that this new environment was starting there and was already having effects. And
on art.
Yes. There was a diplomat that was at the court, and he got many of Bach's manuscripts and works. He took them to Vienna, and there he invited to his salon the young Mozart and the young Beethoven. Beethoven was 12 or 11, and they will analyze and learn music from Bach. And they expanded on these ideas of developing the motivic, the theme,
motive.
How you can play with this idea, with a musical idea, and expand on that. And that's the thing that LaRouche finds so interesting, that he says music is an amazing tool to develop your brain and to learn how to expand on patterns, how to play with patterns and go beyond. And that's the same thing Zappa is doing. He's actually making the music, because LaRouche thinks, okay, everything is sick, the system is sick, and we have to fight this cheapness, connecting to the tradition and studying these great ideas from the past.
Yeah.
And Zappa has also this idea of the conceptual continuity, but he has a less serious approach. Instead of criticizing things like LaRouche in their videos, they say your culture is not yours, you're manipulated, you're alienated, and this and that. Zappa says, I love monsters. They're so funny. And he's making you laugh, but at the same time he's making you see how absurd and how low and how wherever all these things are. And then he goes to make the great music, and he's doing the same things that Bach will do. Like Bach said, every instrument has the same importance, because in music sometimes there is like the solo and the harmonies and the bass, and the rest is just accompaniment for the main voice. But for Bach, all voices have the same importance. He said all voices are learned on the topic and have the same importance in the conversation. And Zappa does that. For example, he takes a melodic motif, and he has all these signs. If you see Roxy, the movie, the new one that was released,
the new one,
you see how he's conducting, and the patterns jump from one instrument to the other. Sometimes it's the melody, sometimes it's the rhythm. He has signs so that everybody plays the same music, or just two instruments play the same. Like there is a place where the keyboard and the percussionists are playing the same very fast, amazing. And then he will make a sign to make some gestures or breaks, or another person do the solos. And this is the type of conversation that we should be able to engage. That's why he criticizes the popular music. And he sees what LaRouche is seeing, that how the cheapness, the popular culture, can be a disservice. And he is trying to give you the equivalent of the music the king will have. Everybody should have the same type of music. Intelligent musical ideas, not only little songs with 3 chords and silly text. He wants people to... His music was not played on the radio, but he wanted people, everybody, just to have the opportunity to listen to more abstract, more complex musical ideas that develop, not only repeat and repeat, but conversations that go with here's an idea, and here's another idea, and here's another idea, here's another idea. That's why people may find it hard or boring or whatever, because he has so many ideas. He's presenting so much there is another part in the movie where he asks the percussionists and the drummers to play alone because what they're doing is so complex, and when they finish, he says, "You have been fooled. Now we're going to play the whole." But he's just showing you.
What were we fooled by? What were we fooled by?
By the musicians, because you think that's the piece. No, that was just the percussion of the whole.
Okay.
And,
interesting. Carry on. So, what's your next point?
Yes, that the thing is, what I see, for example, with you with your quadrants, that you present all ideas. Like you present LaRouche and some and things that may actually be opposite or against in contradiction. But you take from everybody, and you are not like a fanatical follower of this system or that person or this idea. You present everything. You explore everything. And that's the thing we should learn from you. Like when you're doing your DJ, at the beginning, you play all types of things. You present all types of patterns, of ideas.
Yes.
Because we should expand. Exploring the whole environment is like we're in this big piano. We have all these sound landscapes. And we are, that's the thing LaRouche doesn't see. We cannot turn off this environment. It's like that. We're in this environment. So healing is not just to go back and study music until Brahms. Like he said, after Brahms, everything is sick and paranoid and schizophrenic.
He said,
I disagree with Zappa is really presenting a type of healing too. And he saw his music as therapy. Okay.
Yes.
The cheapness. And both had this tool. It's a very important tool of his political agenda. Music is a very important tool to educate the people, and it's also very ionic. Ion is talking all the time about frequencies because it goes beyond music. It goes
beyond, yeah.
It goes to.
I'm going to play a quote here. I'm going to play a quote from LaRouche, and he's talking about music is not involved with the senses. It involves the mind. Now, he romanticizes the mind. We may not agree with that term, but what he means by mind is what Zappa was doing in his time. He was presenting the mind's view of sound. He wasn't embedded in sensation. You see what I'm saying? This is the parallel between LaRouche. Zappa carries on the same, strategy of LaRouche, but has different tactics. He puts on the poison, the 20th century garbage, and turns it into gold. LaRouche wouldn't do that. But LaRouche does define the mind and its relation to the sensory experience of music correctly, and Frank continues that. And then Ion goes in and follows on that too. Is there one more thing you want to say? Because I'll play LaRouche talking what you're saying. This opening of this.
No, you can play it, and then we can talk.
Right. Let me just see. Is that? Thought I saw an anonymous person come in. I was wondering if it was Bert. No, that they're gone now. Okay, so I'll play this. Get the volume up. Make sure everything's on. Put this through the Soundflower. That's off. So this is a broadcast from way back in 2012 where LaRouche and his younger colleagues are going to present some basic instruction in the Platonic tradition, the Leibnizian tradition in music, and they give examples, little sound samples. But we won't go through all that. Just want you to hear LaRouche's open beginning ideological statement. So, okay, we got that on. I hope this is it. Put this back to 0.
Hello. Okay. Welcome to the LaRouche Pack Weekly Report for December the 5th, 2012. I'm John Hofel, and joining me in the studio today are Matthew Ogden of LPAC TV, Megan Beats of The Basement, and Lyndon LaRouche.
Yes.
So, Lynn.
Well, this is a little note of explanation should be added in prefacing what we're about to do. That the objective here is not simply trying to screen music or trying to use a screen to explain music, but rather it's trying to show something else, that there is a principle involved with Bach's perfection of the idea of tuning, which actually, when you compare it with other things besides contrary to Bach's, you find a mess on your hands. And what this reveals to us is the fact that there is a reason behind Bach's composition and his principles of composition, which are displayed in this particular example, which actually governs the way people should think about themselves, about life and things in general. Because music is not simply entertainment. Classical music in particular is a composition which enables us to enrich the capabilities of the human mind. And the mastery of this is therefore relevant to all human beings, potentially at least, that learning how to use your mind properly, the way it was intended to be used, is the purpose here. And with that in mind, this is not just music. It's more than just music. It's the principle of the human mind. And we hope that you will take away from this experience some inkling of that and also be devoted to pursuing this matter further.
Let me just add to what you said. We're going to be looking at Bach, but Bach also doesn't come out of nowhere. Bach comes out of a direct continuity, a direct line that stems from the Renaissance with Nicholas of Cusa, through Kepler, up to Bach, and then beyond. And we're going to start to touch a little bit on the beyond just today. What Cusa did is establish, as you're saying, that the location and the presence of the human mind in human mental experience, which is of the category of discovery and access to principle, he locates this outside of the senses and makes a truthful declaration of this as the basis of human society and human existence as opposed to every other species on the planet. Kepler applies what Cusa discovered and declared, applies it and validates it as the method for making discoveries of physical principles in science. Now, in the context and in the process of doing that, Kepler also opens the door for what we see in Bach, which is a complete revolution in the musical language. And the place he does that is in his discovery of universal gravitation, by using the language of polyphonic harmonics to be able to locate the motions of the multitude of planets of the solar system as a single unified system, and answer the question, why do we have this particular set of motions of the different planets moved by the sun and not some other set? Now, what comes out of this is that Kepler actually changes the meaning of harmonics. And he takes the harmonic intervals, which exist in music and had been studied from the time of the Greeks, if not before, as mathematical values, as direct mathematical, arithmetical proportions. And Kepler establishes a new set of harmonics which are not fixed mathematical proportions. And if people look back at his work, what he finds in the harmonic ratios of the motions of the planets are not these arithmetical harmonies. They're slightly larger, they're slightly smaller, and they're changing. They're constantly adjusting and changing. So this means, number one, sound is not something which, and harmonic sound in particular, that language is not something which stems from arithmetic and mathematical values from the bottom up. It stems from the mind down, because the place that these planetary harmonics originates from is the singleness of action and idea of the mover, of the sun. And every motion taking place in the solar system is not some point-to-point interaction. It's an expression of the unity of effect of the action of the sun. Now, this opens the door, as I said, for Bach, who opens a complete revolution in music and the musical language and takes what had been declared by Cusa, experienced and applied by Kepler and validated. What Bach begins to do by making this the basis of the musical language is he begins to generalize this principle as he begins to make this a general method of human communication and human experience through music. Now, this was actually expressed very beautifully by the first biographer of Bach, Nicholas Forkel, who was very close to working very closely with the Bach family. And his description of the way that Bach invented his harmonic intervals, or he describes it as Bach's harmonies, are that Bach never started from sound. And the typical method beforehand was to have either a melody or maybe a bass line, a melody in the bass voice, and then to harmonize point to point sounds over that, which would either sound good, or maybe you have it pass to a dissonance and then you resolve to something which sounds harmonic again. The way Forkel describes it is that that's not the way Bach composed. The way Bach composed is by the creation of 3, 4, 5, and sometimes more independent voices, which were making, and he describes it with this beautiful image of independent personalities, which were equally well informed on the topic of discussion and which interact and discuss with each other. And what's formed in between them in the counterpoint of these different statements of an idea is a unity. And that Bach's harmonies and method of composition comes out of this. Now, this was studied intensely by the people coming out of the culture of Bach. And what we're going to start with is Mozart. Mozart in 1782, I think it is, arrives in Vienna as a young man, 25, 26 years old. Now, Mozart's coming from a very musical family. He's already an established composer. He had been a child prodigy, very well known. Mozart, when he arrives at Vienna, is brought into the salon of Baron von Swieten, who had been the ambassador at Potsdam and Berlin, had talked and known the king there, had known C.P.E. Bach, and had been collecting these manuscripts of Bach's works, particularly Bach's fugues, and then at this point bringing them back to Vienna, which was the center of musical culture in Europe at the time. And Mozart's invited into these Sunday salons once a week, where he had an intensive study of young musicians around Baron von Swieten, including Mozart and Haydn, who's a little older, of the fugues of Bach. And this revolutionizes Mozart's compositions. It puts him through a certain revolutionary experience of the mind, out of which you have a complete transformation in his own already beautiful compositions. So what he does, one thing they do during these salons is they take the fugues from the Well-Tempered Clavier, which we began to study last week. Mozart takes the principle which is implicit in Bach, commented on by Forkel, of the independence of the voices and counterpoint with one another. And he makes that explicit by setting the fugue, which had been written for keyboard, as a piece for a string quartet. And they use this in the salon as an object of experimentation and study to pull this apart and find out what is this principle in here. So what I'd like to do is begin by what I'd like to do as the example to explore today is I want to use the same fugue that we used last week, which is the fugue in C minor from the second book of the Well-Tempered Clavier. So what I'll do now is just start by playing the very opening of the keyboard version of that so we can have it in our heads. Now what I'll play is I'll play the theme that we just heard as it's sung by the violin, the voice of the violin. So I'll play the violin, and then after that I'll play the cello. So we can now hear the transformation that happens by adding the dimensionalities of the string medium.
Okay, that's Megan Beats, M-E-G-A-N, I think, M-E-G-H-A-N, maybe, Beats, B-E-E-T-S, a follower, disciple, colleague of LaRouche, incredibly articulately explaining the thing that Roxy was telling us about. And I want to thank Roxy for finding this video. She went into the LaRouche Quadrant and found some neat stuff and found this very good introduction and expansion and detail of what Roxy was summarizing. If you're interested, maybe we'll post this on Facebook. Well, maybe you already did. Yeah, Roxy already pasted this on my Facebook page, so people can go and hear the whole 58 minutes, an hour-long broadcast. But that is incredible what she said, eh? Isn't it, Roxy?
Right. Because you see how they developed a motive, how there is a progression, an understanding, and the different twists and turns, rotations, inversions of how music, the thematic, is developed, and how one idea jumps from one voice to other voice and creates this conversation.
Right now, the point we're making, though, this is the Zappa Hour. Let me say this, Roxy. The point we're making is that this tradition, this comprehensive use of the trivium and the quadrivium, all the sciences and arts in making new creations, that the artist is not running from science. Science is not running from art. They both go together, and if you read LaRouche's stuff, he spells this out and retrieves it. People don't know that this big split between art and science comes in with writers like C.P. Lewis and C.P. Snow, I think it is, whoever did The Two Cultures in the late 50s, and they have this big argument. But originally, the creativity came from anybody in that salon, intellectual, poet, scientist, artist, and musician. So this is not, I don't think, you've had musical training. Your teachers did not tell you this when you were a kid, did they? They didn't tell you that Mozart and Bach were hanging out with the local scientists, right?
Well, everybody knows he was into mathematics, and he was a big mystic, but I didn't know that the system of the well-tempered clavier came from Kepler ideas of the cosmos.
Kepler. Right.
That he was praising God by using this system. You are already like sort of engaging God, because that's like the intelligence that is there. I was even crying when I was discovering that, like,
brought you to tears of the beauty of it.
Yes.
Right. Now, what you're doing really uniquely, and it's never been done in the Zappa world, you're going to show how Zappa is continuing the tradition of looking for the big note, the universal principles, the hidden ground of music, and the frequencies, and all that he talks about in different interviews here and there that nobody picks up on. I remember the Evergreens told me that Zappa had a deep philosophy underneath all that he was creating through apparent sound. He had a deep philosophy.
Yes, and also the idea of the conceptual continuity, that he goes to tradition. He knew the classics. He knew the most contemporary. Yes. And he builds on that, infiltrating the cheapness of the popular culture. He says he's a rock artist, but he's really an expanded contemporary composer, and his band is like an orchestra, an electronic orchestra, but he had to engage the electric environment, and he had to engage these other forums, because he wanted to present what the mind is capable of, what the human can do to everybody, like feet. Right. He was very aware of the substances. He was always criticizing, for example, this type of lounge music, the piano music for the bars. He will make a lot of quotes.
He was criticizing the food. Yeah,
the substances that are, the substances, they're ideas that are feeding the people. He will say the beer drinking folks. He said, you can go drink beer, go to the disco, listen to the three chords music, or you can listen to me. It's like, you can be a little man, or you can start your ascension. And he was aware of this.
Now, Roxy, in his interviews, he said he never liked, listen to this, he never liked Beethoven, Bach, he hated all that stuff, it didn't interest him. Well, that's because it was not relevant to his time, to our time. That music's great, but it's the tradition, the mind part, not the sensory manifestation of Bach's music at the time. You can like it or not like it, but LaRouche is asking you to understand the principles, the scientific principles, the laws of the universe that the music that these great composers tapped into, figured out, and then made their compositions based on that. But that's 200 years ago. Our ears have been changed over those 200 years. So here you have an ear conditioned by doo-wop and rhythm and blues and the pop culture America and movie and TV, and Zappa says that's the hamburger that the kids and people are eating. And it's inadequate. We need to bring in the non-sensory. We need to bring in the non-sensory environment, or bring in the non-sensory approach to the extended electrical, sensory, tactile world. And so he took the tradition and applied it to the present, which had different ears. See what I mean?
Yes, and different perception and different foods. And
right.
He was so aware of the food that he called his studio the kitchen. And in that, he's also very ionic. But the thing, when you don't have the non-physical and the ionic to complete, you end up in the conspiracy. Like LaRouche, he saw that there was a conspiracy that started with the Secret Council of Ten from Venice.
Yes. Yeah. In Venice.
And
yes.
The Newtonians and the Secret Council of Ten that came from the black nobility of Venice.
Yes.
And they were against the ideas of Leibniz and Bach, and like in a way they wanted to control what was given to the people to make them stupid in a way. Like they wouldn't let the people develop all their mind, and he sees this conspiracy starting a long time ago. And Zappa will also talk about this type of things because they won't see that the solution will be not only developing your mind, but that was really the food, the new food that we had to get to reset.
Yes. So they were anticipating the RNA drops in the eye cell, which we created here in Indom, thanks to ION, and has great effects on people's health and energy and ability to experience anomalies and all kinds of stuff. So you see that LaRouche is defining the tradition for those guys back then, and women, if there were any, engaging in that scene in the courts and around that elite group. And then you see Phineas Wake and James Joyce develops the themes, the tradition, but adapts it to the 20th century media environment. And then Frank Zappa comes along, and he lists James Joyce as an influence, and he develops the requirements, which are totally different from James Joyce's day in the 20s. It's a totally different world, as McLuhan explains. It's tactile, it's television, it's computers, it's satellites, and that's going to make a different ear. And so he has this parody in the theme of Uncle Meat, this ex-government scientist who's going to take this Mexican R&B group and have them hypnotize the population. And so it's not, Reuben and the Jets are not a band that Uncle Meat creates to hypnotize people to reappreciate 50s music. No, it's not that. There's another agenda. And Frank is even saying that the Uncle Meat is the opposite of Frank. He is creating, dumbing down the population. It could be interpreted Uncle Meat as evil, and dumbing down the population with Reuben the Jets, whereas Frank is using that as a metaphor that he's doing the same thing but the opposite with the Mothers of Invention. He is bringing in new knowledge, new perceptions, and always said, we're the other people, found a way to get to you. And we explained, read interviews with Frank from right at the beginning in 66, 67. He's talking about being a human engineering lab, which he mentions on the liner notes on We're Only for the Money. And so he's parodying the Tetrad management, the age of Kissinger and Brzezinski and these Tetrad managers that are modulating populations, the whole global theater, as a musical phenomenon. String theory is late. String theory says, we must notice the musical basis of matter. Well, the oligarchy knew that. And LaRouche would call them the Aristotelian oligarchy, and the Platonic elite was a counter to the Aristotelian. So it's pretty amazing that where you live, Roxy, is where Frederick II and these people started? Something in Berlin?
Well, the community that came because the king allowed the Protestants that were persecuted in Prague and in France to come to Berlin.
Yes.
The Bohemians that came here to Rixdorf, they brought the ideas of Amos Comenius, and they had a big influence. And after that, the public schools were made, and many things. The Academy of Sciences and Amos Comenius
out of Berlin.
Actually,
that comes out of Berlin.
The idea of a global system, a global, like the New World.
Yeah.
Government, it's an idea that comes from Amos Comenius. He had already this.
And he lived before Leibniz, or at the same time as Leibniz, or after Leibniz? Isn't he before Leibniz?
Well, he lived during the religion wars. He was escaping all over the place.
Yeah, I have here 1592 to 1670. 1592 to 1670. The wars caused by the printing press. And then Leibniz.
But his ideas were really implanted here by Friedrich II. And that had a big influence in other Protestant countries and how things then developed.
Right. So Leibniz is born in 1646, in the middle of Comenius' life. So he definitely could hear about Comenius by the time he's in his 20s to 30s, and influenced by that. But he's coming to the court, like you're saying. Frederick II brought Comenius to Berlin, or did someone else bring Comenius to Berlin?
No, he brought the Bohemians that had all these ideas. Even now, here in Rixdorf, there is like 2 statues of Comenius, and the garden is called Comenius.
Right.
And
so Comenius was part of the Bohemians.
Yes, it was because they were Protestants. They had to go from Prague. It's the time of the religion wars.
Now, what's interesting about LaRouche is he says, if you go to the Dan Winter gang and the Alan Steinfeld gang, they will say there was this mystical, alchemical thing coming out of Prague around that time or just before. But LaRouche said that kind of addiction to symbolism and sacred geometry was not the Platonic mode. The Platonic mode did not depend on symbols. And you hear Megan Beats explaining that the mind is not looking for something that's continuous. It's knowing that the ratios and rhythms and intervals are changing all the time. And it's the mind that can respond to those changes in nature, in other levels of experience, and in human communication. That is the point. Not establishing a pattern. Okay, so the golden mean spirals this way, and all matter has this golden mean Fibonacci series, and that's what we worship, this incredible pattern. No, the pattern is more invisible than that, and it's always changing and has a tactile relationship. That's what Megan Beats beautifully, rarely, I don't know many people could say what she said, spelled it out there of what mind means. Mind is not a rigid allegiance to dogma or even limited to visual imagery of the mind. The mind is comprehensive, tactile, and uses all the senses. And therefore, that's why musicians and sculptors could be part of the salon, because every sense was engaged in the act of communication and perceiving what the Creator had made. Let's see.
Yes, and
go ahead.
The thing I see in, for example, Joyce, McLuhan, and you and Zappa is that you motivate people to explore in all directions, explore all patterns, listen to everything. So this is the art of the fugue by Bob, the new art of the fugue.
Right, the new song. Frank, he learns from John Cage. He learns from Perez. The present-day composer refuses to die. That's like the conceptual continuity. The tradition must carry on. And it's Perez and Stravinsky, LaRouche says, aren't getting it. But LaRouche doesn't understand the McLuhan point, that the senses change and the technologies change the senses, so it's going to be a different kind of sounds. It's interesting, LaRouche, in a way, is stuck with his own sacred non-geometry. He's stuck with a certain kind of sound and cultural ambience. Whereas Frank knows that he's got to deal with the Perez, he's got to take on Stravinsky, Stockhausen, he's got to deal with the African-American music. He knows that they have developed a unique response to the electric environment, and he's got to deal with pop culture and Elvis and everything else that's happening around him that he grows up and he naturally likes. But he's not going to stay stuck in what he likes. He's not going to be an advocate of doo-wop. He's going to find things to get to the more serious, more mature pedagogy of showing how perception and the mind and the senses and other levels can engage with music and not get stuck in it, not get stuck in a certain style. Remember, we started off this whole series with John Adams, the famous American composer, with his problem with pop culture. He's got a LaRouche attitude. He thinks he represents some tradition, and he thinks it's being destroyed by the cheapness around him. Well, the cheapness is just another sensory level. It's lowbrow. There's highbrow sensory interaction and lowbrow. Both are sensory. So there has to be a third way to see through the sensory impact. And that's what Bach and these guys were doing, Mozart and Beethoven, and that's what Frank was doing. And that's why Frank would, on the surface, be appearing mentally to be dithyrambic, confusing, absurdist, anarchistic, because he never stuck in one position. Same accusations made of me, that because we jump around, I use the word quadrophonically, and explore different modalities and their frequencies, that is showing a detachment from the sensory hypnosis, the spell of the sensuous.
Yes,
so that's, what would you add to that?
The artist becoming schizophrenic in the new environment. And you're saying we're more than schizophrenic, we're quadrophrenic. And
yes, because the Android meme, as technology comes alive, after the 60s, it mimes, it acts out this battle between the Aristotelian versus the Platonic tradition. You see that right in however classifier, however this is spelled out in the culture, in think tanks at the Kennedy Center or up in Harvard or Bernstein in New York, the School of New York, coming out of, what's his name, Philip Glass and these people. There's a battle going on, and the Android meme is presenting in the global media landscape. It's imitating this debate, this ancient quarrel that LaRouche does really good at articulating, and that Frank engaged. Frank engaged the ancient quarrel. He didn't have to use the same statements and conceptual, factual, scientific paradigms that LaRouche uses, but they have the same perception of the inadequacy of the sensory makeup of people, and you can use music to program them in a new way. That's what Frank was doing, that tradition.
Yes, and for example, LaRouche, he in one of the videos he says he likes Schubert, a piece by Schubert, and he's always amazed to see or to listen to new interpretations of that same piece. He says there's always progress and innovation in the way different artists perform the same patterns. But I think Zappa goes beyond. One thing is it's only to read and interpret the music, but there is another more complex aspect of making music, which is the improvisation. And Zappa engaged that also a lot, because it's another type of awareness, another type of hearing, and another type of talking to each other. Talking is a way of improvising, and
yes,
it depends on what you feed their ideas, and also what we know now, the substances, how you make these patterns and how you can interact in the environment and with other human creations. And this is so important to be aware of, that all the conversations are part of what LaRouche is saying is the big human creation that never stopped. So we have to engage in the conversation.
Right, what Ein calls social mortar, the world of language and expression. In terms of the music...
the thing is, LaRouche thinks the immortal is human, the humanity as a whole, but not the individual. And the thing with the Iondom is that now we see is not only the whole human creation, which is eternal, but we also are as individuals. Already eternal. And that could lead to an argument about, whether there's life after death and things like that. And Ion says there is. And Ion says the life after death is not important. It's staying in the physical. Like Tim Carey's character, Clarence Hilliard, we are gods and we can stay eternal in the body. That's where Ion differs with all the mystics who are trying to get to some other dimension, some other realm. That other realm can be a metaphor for not being addicted to the sensuous, the spell of the sensuous. But it doesn't matter on a certain level, at least up to Zappa, whether that argument gets resolved. Ion brings in a whole new completion, a new level of it, and many people who would appreciate what you're saying about LaRouche and Zappa may not go for that. But it doesn't matter, I think, whether you top that point, whether you're eternal or not. The thing is to get your perceptions of what's happening now and to recognize a more profound way culture can be used and a more profound way the television environment can be used. Not in the content, but the fact that the society has TV, which creates a spiritual consciousness, as McLuhan said, the highest decibels of tactility coming through the TV environment back in the 50s, 60s. Well, what happens when the Android meme comes in and simulates everything, creates information overload, and makes the chemical body and its imagination feel at loose ends because they don't know what to create that would counter the Android meme. To see through the Android meme, to not be hypnotized by its dynamics, is the task of the modern composer. And I think that Frank was starting to deal with that with his creations in the 80s. He saw this virtual reality. He said the media was all there is, and he was going to figure out how to do an anti-environment to that. And that prefigured what we're doing here with Iondom. I was thinking, Roxy, let's see if we got some people here, if they have any statements, questions about what you're saying. First of all, is that you, Bert? Is that you, Bert, coming in anonymous? I just opened. Who's anonymous? They're speaking, but we don't hear you. Check your mute. Okay, we can't hear you. All right, so here's Yuri. Yuri, do you have something you want to say to what Roxy's saying, what we're proposing here? Yuri. Okay, nothing from Yuri. Okay, Madeline. Madeline, do you have anything to say in response to these very profound ideas that Roxy is applying to Iondom? Okay. Michael.
I'm alive, Bob. I'm alive.
Okay, so Yuri, you have something to say. Go. Why weren't you there, Yuri? What were you doing?
Oh, I got distracted by John Lithgow's Kid-Size Concert soundtrack.
Oh, you weren't listening to us?
I was, but then it kind of popped in my mind really quickly. And
okay, so what do you have to say? What do you have to say about what you've heard that you did hear?
Okay, so some really interesting things about Bach. I didn't know that Bach didn't start out with sound. right? Because I wrote some
you
notes
can answer
here.
that, Roxy.
Well, because his music was all a way of praising God. So it was just like a tool.
So him working with sound became an extension of his spiritual beliefs, his practices and stuff.
Well, not only spiritual, he was expanding his bodies. Actually, he thought it was a way of engaging something higher, like he was talking to something higher than just men, and that's the thing that we always knew, even in the fallen state, that to understand the power, we have to understand frequencies. But people thought it was the power of God. It's not your own power.
Do you think that he ever believed that man is one with God?
Yes, but their understanding was different from ours. There was a sense of communion, but I don't think he would consider himself a God.
Okay.
But they could see that humans have incredible possibilities of creation and just the fact that you can take an idea and make all types of variations. They were fascinated with that. Bach is the master of the fugue, and he shows, okay, you give me this idea and I'll make this. He made counterpoint up to 36 voices, I think.
36.
So all these parallel melodies going at the same time, talking to each other. So there is a mathematical complexity that fascinates everybody that listens to him. But he was just trying to translate the divine he saw in the way that God could talk to us through mathematicals or the intelligence, or it was a way to interact with that intelligence, to use these discoveries.
So in a way, working with the intelligence of man and nature to speak with God, or like getting them to work together to speak to God in a way.
Yes, to interact with that intelligence, because I mean, God is not going to answer you like I am, but they thought he was expressing with this beautiful logic and all these laws that were being discovered. They saw there is an intelligence there that is higher. So that was the proof for them that there was a God outside.
That's interesting. That he was.
And it's interesting that they see it outside and they try to translate this visual space into something acoustic. They try to make the music of the spheres, how to use this intelligence that is in nature.
Okay.
So
he sees
to talk to God.
He sees the ability for us to talk to God, right? So in a way, kind of like creating that intelligence or that platform where we can listen to this, or more like interact with this platform by listening to it, and in a way it would be like speaking with God or exchanging with God in a way, right?
Yes, just by using the keyboard.
Yeah.
He was translating the planets in the keyboard. So just by playing the keyboard, you were already somehow engaging that higher intelligence.
So what do you think about what the listener feels from his music?
Yes, that's amazing that many people say, I mean, I cannot judge from a really outsider point of view because I grew up listening to Baroque music. I played violin. And I don't know, I think it really speaks to everybody, the frequencies. It's like they say, music is universal. I don't know what would be like to somebody who really, really never heard this type of music, if they would like it or feel something when they listen to that, like a really isolated person from another culture, which is hard to find now. But
so would it be almost like a language that helps you communicate, or like a language that helps you connect with the world? Do you feel that?
Well, the fascination with music is that it's abstract type of communication. It's not words. It's like many say the things that cannot be said with words are expressed by music. Mm-hmm. Because you can express all types of emotion and ideas with sounds without words. And that's another thing that LaRouche finds very interesting, how men create other types of languages, not only with words. And actually, Ion also talks about this communication with the eye cell, the frequencies.
So,
that we listen not only with the ears, the acoustic environment, but we listen in a cymatic way. The cymatic is how sound effects matter. And sound moves through all materials, not only through air.
Mm-hmm.
And these particles moving, vibrating, affect how things are built or made. So at the cellular level, there is communication of the frequency.
Right. Just want to say cymatics. You said the word cymatics. That's C-Y-M-A-T-I-C. S maybe. Cymatics. Look that up on YouTube. You see some experiments where sound alters the matter.
And that's another point of LaRouche.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
There was another type of tuning called the Verdi tuning, in which A is 332 hertz, and the German changed that to 440. And
was that done during the Nazis, Roxy? Was that done in the Nazi regime? Yeah, the Nazis did that.
Yes.
They changed it.
Yes, yeah. And if you see some experiments with the 332 hertz, they put these frequencies in sand or water. You see some forms, some patterns forming with the waves. And they're more beautiful with the Verdi tuning than with the German tuning. The Germans doesn't make these very beautiful patterns. They're less clear. And some engineers and some scientists say that really doesn't matter, but you can see really the visuals show that. Yeah, we should ask Kayan about that.
Yes. And you're saying that in your experience, you prefer one over the other.
Well, things sound sort of the same, actually. I mean, if I go to the Philharmonie here in Berlin, they tune with the Karajan tuning that is this tuning, and it's amazing. So, but we should ask Kayan if it's true that the difference of the interval in the frequency really affects in
the listeners,
in a negative way.
What, receptivity?
But LaRouche, that's the thing with LaRouche. He goes a lot into the conspiracy.
Yeah.
And he sees that changing the tuning also as a way of down and affecting the people. He sees
and keeping the elites in power.
Yes, and for him the popular music is not worth, because he says this music is serving just the elite, the fact that they are just making money, there is no other reason for the music, and they are also selling drugs, so they need music for each substance, and maybe you can talk about how these substances create the music, or how. But he always goes into these conspiracy things.
Now, Frank did a little bit, but Frank didn't let it stop him. He didn't focus on it, and he was a little more tolerant of the capitalist situation than LaRouche was. Well, let's not say the capitalist, the usurious banking, post-industrial, digital derivatives world that LaRouche hated at what happened, since the 80s. And Zappa, Zappa had access to the people more than LaRouche did. LaRouche had to, create this semi-cult of kids running for local political office. And although LaRouche had connections and influence and associates all over the world, you could say on the information level he had a bigger network than Zappa. But nobody ever heard of LaRouche. Nobody was reading his stuff. And whenever it ended up in the mainstream media, they would smear LaRouche, they'd arrest him, they'd make his image look really bad, they'd ridicule it. And though Frank got ridiculed, he had access to millions of people through his pop culture empire. So it's interesting that Zappa, by not being, because Zappa was using a modern technology, the guitar, and amplified music, and LaRouche stuck with less amplified music and was on a political agenda trying to become president. And isn't it interesting that Zappa was concluding becoming president, but it didn't matter if he didn't or not. He still was more influential than maybe a president could be. So what's great about Zappa is he took advantage of his skills and talents that would be popular, that would the audience, the cheapness world would like his skills. They don't like LaRouche's skills. He's a literate guy, talks concepts they can't understand, writes long articles, gives long, boring speeches. That doesn't work, if you want to get to the people. And Frank was always trying to see and find the intelligent people latent in the dumb masses. There were hundreds of them, millions of them, you could say, that would respond to Frank if he felt that he had been given bigger coverage, and that's why he objected to them not suppressing him. He objected to them suppressing and not playing his music on mainstream radio. But fortunately, the FM channels and the cable TV and all this decentralized electronic stuff that McLuhan saw had a lot of services. Frank was able to make contact with thousands of people through the decentralized media. So he had the advantage over LaRouche in getting attention.
But there is also mirroring of how the music changed and what substances are available. I think that's also very interesting.
Yes, you don't see LaRouche talking about cuisine so much. As a matter of fact, he did admit back in the 80s that they were a bit weak on analyzing developments in chemistry. He actually said that. They were good on physics and new machine tools and new energies like hot fusion and that, but weak on chemistry. Well, Zappa was strong on chemistry as a metaphor, at least, because he wrote a column called Non-Foods. And he always said that he was a household ammonia. That's what he called his band in 1967, 68. They were a cleaning fluid, household ammonia. So, yeah, and remember Frank as a kid experiment with the chemical laboratory box. What were those things called that kids would get? Oh, yeah, chemistry set, says Carolyn. He played with a chemistry set and, blew things up and almost killed himself a couple times. You can see the details of that in his brother's new book, Growing Up Zappa. Frank and Bobby growing up Zappa, and he goes into the crazy scientific experiments Frank was doing from a very young age. So, anyway, Zappa had the more relevant modern talents, especially in the new electrified acoustic space, to become a bigger figure than LaRouche. But what we're pointing out is that if you want to understand what Zappa was doing, you listen to what LaRouche says. LaRouche spells it out philosophically, technically, grammatically, and makes you appreciate the tradition that Frank was replaying. That's what's interesting.
Yes, and then Bob comes and takes all of them, all the tradition, all of LaRouche, all of Zappa, eat it, and I
make a wonderful new composition. I make an amazing composition. What'd you say?
Yes.
Last word?
You built on that because you don't limit yourself to the LaRouche ideas, to the Thompson ideas, or to Zappa.
Even to Zappa.
You built on all that.
I liked what you said on the chat line that I'm playing various musics in the first couple hours of the show, putting together what many specialists of taste would not include. And you're saying that's a metaphor for the method of going through the quadrants that I talk about. And Zappa, McLuhan, LaRouche, they're all conscious quadraphenics. They're all pretty encyclopedic. But I'm standing on all their shoulders and conducting from a more comprehensive level than each one of them was. I didn't get bogged down in making art forms. I mean, LaRouche had to run a political party. Zappa had to run a musical production studio. I didn't make anything, but I stayed tuned into the present, and then that evoked Ion. And then Ion comes in more comprehensive than anybody's ever heard in human history in his way of bouncing around and maintaining a continuity, but fluctuating comedically, aggressively, passively. Ion completes what I was miming metaphysically, you could say, whatever you call exploring different schools of perception and thought. Is that a kind of metaphysical promiscuity? Maybe, but it includes physics. And then also Carolyn's medicine. I don't think LaRouche, Zappa, McLuhan, Thompson, Croker, anybody else, James Joyce, had a partner who was a genius working with chemistry and substance. That helps the scenario. You know what I mean? And what Carolyn did was really important to this project. I mean, after we interviewed Frank Zappa in 1988, Frank didn't hug me. He hugged Carolyn, who hadn't said a word. Carol was sitting there observing. Did you?
I
Carol was radiating, according to Carol. You did speak a little bit after, but you basically listened to his scenario with being surveilled by the FBI and all the different things that we didn't record.
But then I sang Black Napkins.
Oh, yeah. We drew attention to Carol by asking Jerry Fialka asked Carol to whistle, what do you call it, mime? Vocalize the beginning of that great guitar piece called Black Napkins. So Frank stood at her, waiting for her to do it, but she couldn't do it looking at him. So Carol had to turn her back and did it from the back. We heard her projecting from her mouth through her and around herself, back to us. And as she was doing it, Frank jumped over, picked her up, and whirled her around. So I guess she did it okay. She passed the audition. But it's important to recognize the complementarity of Ayndom, which is Carol and me, and then this incredible, weird, creative person, J.W. That's what put it together. That's what created the lotus flower of Ayndom. But what's striking, Roxana, is how you can go back and see LaRouche, Zappa, McLuhan, and Joyce, and Comenius, and Leibniz are anticipating the completion via Ayndom and looking for these substances.
Yes, the amazing concept called Trinity. It's what always makes me cry. That I see how things are really from the Tree of Life up to now. There was this genealogy you are studying.
Well, wouldn't it be
in the Genesis that you are doing all this metanoia because you're going back to the Tree of Life?
Right. Which I think and another aspect of that is that Frank describes this point that and Frank defines that we're not going anywhere because the waves cancel out the time. If wave equals time, we quoted that last week, and the canceling out of it means that it's already happened. And not many people said that. Usually people say all times are happening now, but Frank's saying it's already happened. And that's an important little twist there that puts Frank closer to the Ionic. The point is that this tradition, this conceptual continuity, is actually a dimension, a part of yourself that's right beside you. So we're not like continuing passing it on. It is more having access to the transcendent state that's already there. Like Beethoven would tap into it, Bach would tap into it, LaRouche would do it, Zappa did it. It's the completion was always lurking. So anybody who had whatever luck, whatever it is, spiritual grace, could access the transcendent continent right there, beside them.
Yes, and in a way, it's like there was in the Renaissance person, Robert Fludd. He made this monochord in which you see how he's trying to put all the environment into an instrument, like all the elements, all the planets, the notes, the angels, and then the tuning hand is the hand of God. And then Frank Zappa speaks of the big piano. We are inside a big resonating box that is the environment. And all the totality of all these sounds make the big note, but there is something else besides the big note. And so there is always this trying to visualize the thing that contains us, that is the hologram, as an instrument that is resonating, because it's all frequency. And
okay, now I want to.
The last explanation is the Ionic, in which we finally know how is this made with the frequencies and the chemistries. And that's what I think I am saying, that you're going back to the Tree of Life. It's not really going back, but understanding the frequency.
You're remembering it. You're remembering it. And the piano is being closed. The music is being canceled. That's what Ion's doing also. It's over. And you get happy or get out, or find out what the completion meant. So there is that stark statement by Ion, the guff is emptying, creativity has reached its zenith, the labyrinth of mind is no longer a big deal, and that's a pretty dramatic statement by Ion. Now, I want to go through some of the notes that Roxy sent me during the week as she explored this stuff. Now, she just mentioned Robert Flood. You may not have heard her pronunciation, Flood, F-L-U-D-D. So Roxy says, and sometimes in her translation I can't get exactly what she's saying, but she says, you recommend a YouTube, it's in Italian. And then you say, but you can hear the music, Bob, and see the monochord by Robert Flood. The inspiration for Bach to create a scale of 12 tones, the well-tempered keyboard. The keyboard is actually a translation of the cosmos. And we have the note so, S-O-L or G? What is G, S-O-L? Do, re, mi, fa, sol? Is that what you're saying?
The note G in Latin is called sol, sun.
Oh, that means sun, right. The G that Ion pointed out the importance of G in a lot of
the sun, Ra.
Sun Ra, good point. Yeah, Sun Ra, which means sun. Sol means sun in Latin because of the planets. We have the note G because of the planets. And the other notes are surrounding the sun. Because the planets, which are the other notes, are surrounding the sun, we're inside a big piano. We're trying to understand the power of God, the big note, the frequency. From Galileo's museum, you see Vincenzo Galileo, Galileo's father, studied acoustics to understand the cosmos, as did Kepler. So that's Roxy's first comment. Then she sent another YouTube. In this video,
Bach was trying to make, he developed the keyboard. Robert Flood had only one string, one chord, a monochord. But the piano is a bigger range of frequencies, is almost all what we can hear. Or we can hear more, but that's what maybe because the perception also changes, that's the range they thought was good for music, from the bass to the very high. But you have many strings. All these strings are translating the heaven, the reflection of the perfection. Robert Flood was making only one string, and Bach is making many strings in the keyboard.
Well, the printing press is extending human sensibility. Many dimensions, right. We have to understand the printing press extends the sensibilities, complicates it, creates a new complexity which require more complex music and more strings. So people are mutated by the printing press. It's a visual bias, but still it's a new level of perception that humans didn't have as a result of experiencing the print world. So then Roxy sends me a second YouTube and says, in this video, they have the audio examples of the sound made by the elliptical movements of each planet. Then she sends me a third video and says, examples of Bach's well-tempered piano praising God by using the cosmos as the archetype to tune in for tuning. Using mathematics and the ideas of Kepler to compose was a way of communicating with the divine and adoring the composer God. Understanding music was a way of understanding how the power works, capital P power. We're still into understanding the frequency, says Roxy. Then she sends another video and says, connections to the eternal with frequency. Bach cosmicity. The music translates the environments as language, but in an abstract way, and also affects the different acoustical landscapes. It was always very important to program the environments, says Roxy, about what they were doing. They were programming the environment. It had a crucial role in religion and society. It was a very important, you mean these acoustic landscapes, a very important tool to develop one's brain, to be able to face the new complex challenges. Both LaRouche and Zappa consider music as a crucial part of their agenda and a way to re-educate the sensus communis, the public opinion, the common sense, to reconnect with the eternal conceptual continuity. Okay, then the next YouTube she sends, she says, Zappa, like LaRouche, is educating the beer-drinking folks. His whole work is not only his music, but his speech is as important. What Zappa says is what you're saying? What Zappa says is important?
I think he will be quoted like we quote the Founding Fathers. Yes. Many of the things he said will be quoted like that, like Zappa said.
In the future, yeah. Yeah, so, and Sprechstimme, that musical concept, he would bring in the rhythms of speech into his tonal composition. I think that's partly what you mean, right? Speech, the folk rhythms of pop culture, the speech rhythms. Here he educates harmonica, and Roxy is punning on quoting Phineas Wake, which has the character Tristan going to America, but it's pronounced harmonica, referring to Brittany and the area between Ireland and northern France. And so Frank is educating harmonica about democracy. LaRouche, on the contrary, thinks democracy is a mistake because having the more votes doesn't mean you're right, like the elections of the Bush clan illustrated, that there's only more stupidity than hydrogen in the universe. So LaRouche called it republicanism, what he was for. And, he complained about the Electoral College controlling the democratic process. Frank complained about the Electoral College also. They both pointed out
he had this very complex concept of xenocracy.
Yes, and xenocracy, strange democracy. Okay, so then you have this, then you send me a concluding statement on Friday the 13th. In the longer, let's see, I know what you were saying. Basically you're saying, in LaRouche I see the link to Zappa. For politics, our participation in the eternal process. For Zappa, all is part of the conceptual continuity. Zappa believes in democracy. LaRouche says in the video, democracy is insane, the system and the voters are insane, the environments are sick, but music is part of the solution, according to LaRouche. And then you slip into Spanish, which I can't translate, something about we have to develop our brains and patterns to understand and face the challenges. You say he goes at the end to the cosmicity. You mean both Zappa and LaRouche do? Go to the cosmicity?
No, at the end of the video, he's saying there are many bigger challenges that the only way
going out to space.
And for example, he said there was always this threat of asteroids hitting the Earth, but we were not aware. Now we are aware of these asteroids flying by, and he says. We send things to outer space, to Mars, to Venus, to the space, so we are not limited to the Earth. And even he thinks that even when the sun will stop shining, there will be humans and we will be somewhere else. That doesn't matter.
Right.
Because
that's LaRouche. You're talking about LaRouche there. Then you say you and I have enough ideas to talk about the pedagogic and political Zappa and LaRouche as alternatives in Amnerica. Now there you quote Frank's work. That's Amnerica, Amnesiac America. Might be one of the reasons Zappa calls it Amnerica, which sees only the limitations of the fallen state. And then we develop what Frank and LaRouche are doing into what Iandom is doing. And then we develop a new song, The Real Healing Frequency. And then you say, good night, and you pretend to go to sleep. Now, this thing about we're hijacking the Zappa ideology or the Zappa program and saying it's anticipation that John the Baptist for Iandom. That's a pretty outrageous statement, but Roxy has the skills and the background to understand the world of music, has been in rock bands herself, was well known in Mexico in the 90s, 20 years ago, as the first woman, playing the synthesizer, or just the first woman in the rock world, in the nightclub world? What were you?
No, we had the first techno band.
Techno band.
We also had like a center of musical research with Antonio Rusek and Mario Lavista and Arturo Marquez.
You talking about the Gurdjieff? You talking about the Gurdjieff Center?
Composer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're all important composers in Mexico. But then.
Right. So the fact that Zappa did pop music and then went into classical traditions and worked in both media, that is more common among Generation X kids and the millennials maybe. I've met many young people who can do pop music but also can do classical. Like Zappa was a prototype for what the kids, as they had the opportunities in the 80s and 90s with the advanced technologies, to learn all kinds of things and not be embedded in one style or the other, one medium or the other. So they were becoming quadrophenic. And you're an example of that. You did classical music all through your youth, but then you got into electronic music and pop culture music. So you're a clone of the Zappa comprehensiveness. So I'm saying that Roxy is quite capable to judge what the claims we're making here at INDM and to critique what we're saying and to be smart enough, because she took the RNA drops, and to see how Zappa and LaRouche, Finney's Wake, and McLuhan anticipate INDM. So congratulations, and you did a great job explaining these connections, Roxy. Now let's see if someone else wants to ask something. I don't know, this Newark. Who's Newark 973? Is that, who's that? Is that, it's not Yuri. Is that Jamie, or who is that? I don't think it's Sarah. 973, 943. You don't want to speak? Which is silly if you don't speak. I don't know what you're doing here if you're not interested in speaking.
Well, but again, in the meantime, I can just say we can go now to the civilization phase number 3, because it's what they're saying there is now clear after this introduction of how he's already seeing the ionic.
Good point. Okay, so just at the 973 started to have the little red reflection. Are you trying to say something, 973? No, you coward. You ain't doing nothing if you're just listening. Now, Eliza's here. Do you have anything to say, Eliza?
Hi, Bob.
Hello. You got some. Oh, but I did play your band. I did play Ellie King. You may not have heard it. You may not have been here, but that's been played, okay?
Yeah.
Back at the beginning.
I just came home like half an hour ago, so I'm going to have to re-listen to it. You played that song, finally?
Yeah, it's a good song. Good song. I hadn't even listened to it. I just played it because you demanded it, and it was okay.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have anything to say? You like Zappa. You're interested in Zappa. Is there something that we're saying that you want to ask about or opine about?
Well, let me see. There was a quote that I was on Ian and Bob's site today, and I was reading this article on Marshall McLuhan and the Cliche from Archetype article, but someone else was talking about it.
Yeah, no, that's Terrence Gordon. Eliza, Terrence Gordon. He lives in Nova. Listen, he lives in Nova Scotia. He's a professor in Nova Scotia, and he wrote the second biography of McLuhan, and he wrote a very good article explaining the book From Cliche to Archetype, which I read earlier today and sent it over to Ed. Sounds like Ed put it up right away. Is that what you're talking about? Explaining the differences between cliche and archetype and how they interpenetrate? Is that the article you're talking about?
Yeah. That was probably the article. It was a really good article because sometimes when there's a third party translating or talking about one of McLuhan's works or writings, it's kind of easier to grasp.
That's right. Yeah. You're listening to me translate McLuhan, and the third translation can be more beneficial for the moment. Then you go back and listen to how I use it. But Terrence Gordon, we asked him to participate in the McLuhan on Maui year-long symposium, but he wouldn't do it for some reason. So I don't know if he knew anything about me, but we actually made contact with him because Sue Bone was, Sky Goddess Sue was in Wolfville, Nova Scotia, where there's Acadia University, and went into a used bookstore and was looking around, and there was this guy, and she gets talking to him, and it turns out to be Terence Gordon. And so he was interested in her. He was interested in her and gave her his phone number. And so she gave it to me, and we called him, and I talked to him. And he said, well, I think that you can take my writings and use them or something. He wasn't, for some reason, keen on engaging with me and Andrew Crystal and other people, live on the phone. So, but anyways, his book is not bad. The one he did on McLuhan, though he wrote not too good stuff about Don Thiel, and Don Thiel was going to sue Terence Gordon. So look at this. The guy you're reading is who Don Thiel was going to sue for what Terence Gordon said about Don Thiel. I would say that Terence Gordon was too much under the influence of Eric and the McLuhan family, and that's why he didn't get the whole story. But Don decided not to sue Terence, but to write a second book of McLuhan. He'd already done one back in 1971. And the inspiration for writing that book was me. So I saved Terence Gordon's ass by inspiring Don to have a new dialogue about McLuhan, which then Don said, there are some people who would be interested in what I have to say. So he wrote the second book, The Virtue of Marshall McLuhan, and didn't sue Terence. So isn't that neat how it all gets tied in there with 2 degrees of separation? To Dobbstown, right? And and Terence is writing that article in the Journal of Visual Culture, and that's where Derek de Kerkhoff wrote an article a year ago, and blew it with a misquote of McLuhan, and that led me to admonishing Derek, and then Derek and I ended up starting to do a dialogue, which I have to say we just did. 2 on Thursday, one on Thursday and one earlier today, with Derek being in Nice, France, reacting to the assassinations and terrorism in Paris. So you're going to find it a very interesting dialogue because Derek is quite emotional about what's going on right there in Paris and how it's affecting him, and I'm trying to put it through a McLuhan filter. So that dialogue happened this morning. We haven't done a dialogue in 3 or 4 months, so it was timely that was.
Do we get to hear it here?
I actually could play it later tonight. I could play it.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
Yeah, that would be great, Bob.
Did you get to get Ian's feedback on the Paris attack?
No. I don't comment on what we're doing with Ian.
Leaving? Because this is a digression.
No. We're doing a lot of Zappa. We're going to do Civilization Phase 3. But anyway, so Eliza, are you relating the cliched archetype Terence Gordon to the Zappa point here?
I was, because I heard something, and that reminded me of the article that I read. And what's Commodius Vicus? Because I was kind of skimming through it fast, so I thought that was the author's name.
Yeah.
But what is Commodius Vicus?
That is the first line of Finnegan's Wake. Commodius Vicus of recirculation. Just Google and look at the first page. It's actually page 3 of Finnegan's Wake, and you'll see that phrase, which is a reference to Vico and Vico's theory of history, besides the fact there is a road that goes around Dublin called the Vico Road. And so you're in a car driving around Dublin at the beginning of Finnegan's Wake, as well as referring to the rhetorical tradition that Vico was a professor of. Okay, so unless someone has something else to say, we're going to go to Civilization Phase 3, and you sent me that, Roxy. So I will look. There it is. And let's see, the one, I assume this has all the links. Right. Okay, so, Roxy, I'm going to play in the order that they're presented here. You agree with that? The way they're listed here. Roxy. What happened? You get knocked out? Well, I hope she comes back. Maybe her phone got disconnected. So we're going to play Civilization Phase 3, and I'll do it through my own system here. So it might not be perfect sound, but it's good enough. We play ionic requests through this. So this is Zappa's last so-called masterpiece. He finished before he died. I think he finished just before he died in '93, and has a lot of talk on it. And it's pretty interesting because that's where Frank takes the ramblings of the people in the inside a piano, and they're improvising, but Frank's also telling them, in a way, guiding what they have to say. I'd have to go back and read the details of how much Zappa controlled it. But he first recorded it in '67 in New York, and he took some of those improvised dialogues of the characters actually inside a piano and made the album Lumpy Gravy. And then, 25 years later, he finishes Lumpy Gravy and calls it Civilization Phase III with new dialogues inside a piano, including his daughter Moon Unit. So here we go with the Civilization Phase III. Just a minute. I'm going to do it this way. Okay. This is Phase 3, and Phase is spelled P-H-A-Z-E. Okay, we're going to take a break here and discuss what we've heard. I will mute everybody.
All participants are now muted.
Yes.
Okay, is that your hand, Roxy? Is that your hand?
I suppose.
Yes. Now, do you want...
Here, Zappa takes again the archetype of the piano, the clavier that was developed by Bach, and makes it the environment. We are all inside this acoustic landscape of frequencies, and all this, he says, the environment is the big note.
Right. And did you hear what the guy said? You mean we're going around of it? We're going around it? Now, that would be the solar orbiting. And
yes,
he goes, no, it just is.
The music of the spheres. That's the thing with the tradition of the music is we thought the sun is like the moon, and all the planets are all the notes around the solar. But
right.
And that was what Bach translated the visual space into the acoustic space in the keyboard. But now,
are you saying that did Bach invent the piano or develop it?
Yes. The well-tempered clavier. He was like the Western system is the harmonies are based in his invention, in the temperament he created, how he divided the scale in 12 tones to be able to transcribe any music into any other tonality. And he was so amazed by this that he went to write a fugue for each tonality.
Wow. So but you're saying the piano,
temperado is in tune, and from that word comes the word temperament. The well-tempered piano, clavier.
Yeah, tempered.
Yeah.
So
in a way, he thought it's the way to get in tune with the heaven, with the power of God. He was trying to tune.
Well, what did the monochord look like? What was that attached to a?
The monochord
something you hold.
One string, just one string.
But it was attached to something, right? What was it? Was it attached to a fiddle, kind of arm and round part?
Yes, in the video from the Galileo Galilei Museum, you have this diagram of the monochord. That's the monochord. That's just one string, and the keyboard is like a harp that is laying down. It's all many strings that can be tuned to this type of intonation that Bach developed. And then
so that's where the piano came from. From laying the harp on its side.
Further, and from the clavier, the next step that developed was the dynamics. So the intensity of the music. That's why the piano forte, the clavier, was called at the beginning pianoforte, because you could go very strong or very soft when you played.
Right.
That was a new thing.
Okay, so this is string theory. String theory. The strings of the piano environment become art form. The rear view mirror, so you redo it as a statement of physics. And LaRouche wouldn't agree with string theory the way they adapt it, but maybe string theory is accurate because it's responding to the new media mix. But Zappa turns the string theory in the strings of the piano. He then deals with the digitization of that. Like the digital piano is what Frank's working with, right?
Yes, he's working with
more than strings. Right.
Yes,
he's working.
The way the keyboard was only like controller to tell the sound generator you have your archive of synthesized sounds or samples, and it's just a way to control the frequencies you want to be played. But as you saw in the video I sent you from my group here in Berlin, the kids are not learning to play keyboards anymore. They're just tactile, and you define this new type of music very well. Is typing becoming art form?
Right, typing becoming art form.
Before we were pressing keys in the keyboard, the well-tempered keyboard. Now we are pressing buttons, and the thing is,
the well-tempered typewriter.
Yeah, the kids know a lot about technology, but they don't know about the music.
Right.
And what they do now is they take these whole fragments of sounds, of songs, of speech, of wherever they can find from the big piano, from the big notes, and they mix it. They don't mix songs like before. They mix fragments of things. They filter, they alter, and you can program the launch pad, it's called, in one tonality, so anything you play will be in tune. And that's how they play.
Amazing. So there's something, I was reading something, what was it? Oh, in this, in Cliched Archetype, it's the processing of the interplay between cliches and archetypes. So these kids, for them, a cliche is a sample. And they're trying to make an archetypal pattern out of typing as art form, typing the samples they have. And their samples represent textures. See, it's not within the analog or Western ear anymore. What ear do these kids have? Do they have an ear?
Yes, and that's very interesting what you're saying, how the music is corresponding to different types of media create different type of ears. So the music also reflects this new type of perception of the environment. And as you say, because we have all the environment now at our disposal as an object to make music, not only the notes of the planet, but we are eating the whole environment, the Android meme, all speech.
Yes.
There is this type of collage of mixing, of replay. It's not, mostly not real composing. It's just remixing.
It's remixing.
Replay.
Remixing. Okay, so what was you watch these kids do this, and you have your background, you have the LaRouchian knowledge. How would you critique these kids without appearing to be a LaRouchian who can't handle the present new ear? how would you? What do they require?
Well, the thing is, the conversation is quite boring because they just loop things, and the music is very repetitive. And it's amazing that you have all these tools, the whole environment as your sound palette, and they're making very simple music in a way. And
they have no way of talking about it. I mean, here's Mozart, Bach, and Beethoven in these salons, and they're talking a lot. They have a lot to say. And I don't know if it would sound like just technical talk, but relating it to concepts of science. These kids aren't relating what they're doing to whatever they're learning in school in physics, chemistry, and science or environmental ecology stuff. They're not bringing that into the conversation, right?
No, I think they're more turned on. What they like is to get new technologies, learn how to use them, and more than making the music. They like the new technologies, like new toys. And
they demand new textural shifts caused by the new technology. So you might as well just say they're Android meme processors. Just as the Android meme is extending itself for itself and not the human being, these kids are imitating that almost quadrophenically. They are only interested in new extensions of the machinic.
Yes, and some of them make like 20 songs a day. I mean, they do a lot of things, but it's not like a Zappa composition. He will take years working on one thing, and they will work on that and that and that, and take this recording and add to that recording and work more on this, because he was developing ideas and presenting different ideas, because it's a more complex conversation. It's like you cannot engage, for example, talking about the weather or gossiping if you have philosophical ideas in your mind. It's like you need more complex patterns, you need more complex conversation, and it's also with the music like that. You cannot listen only to these 3-chord songs because it's boring, or this type of tactile music that is only looping. You need more patterns, more ideas, more things your mind can.
So, in Civilization Phase 3, do you hear Frank layering in complexity in the music of Civilization Phase 3?
Yes, because that's his last statement, and I think it was something he wanted to develop.
There's a lot more.
The music sheets of Frank Zappa is very, very complex, and some people may just hear, because I don't know, maybe their perception is different or it's not trained. I don't know. They just hear noise or like but to play that is very, very, very hard. Also to play with others because of the complexities in the rhythm and the tempo. And to do it right, when you have, it's not like I'm just going to do. No, you have to do it when you have to do it, because it's part of what you're saying. And it's very, very hard to play what he's proposing.
Well, doesn't just the computer play it?
Yes, at the end he was working only with the synclavier, like in this record, because he said the musicians are available all the time. They don't need to practice, and the execution is perfect. There was another American composer that did very complex things that were not possible to be played by a human person, Konrad Nakarov. He lived in Mexico, and he worked with pianolas.
Yes,
and he will do very complex music very, very, very fast, but he only had the piano sound. Again, the piano to make his very, very complex music that was not, it was so complicated that no human being could play it. It was so fast, it was so complex.
And Zappa named him as an influence. Zappa was interested in Nancarrow's productions.
Yes, and they didn't saw any conflict between using the machine, because it's like Bach said, we can show you what we can do with this pattern, with this musical idea, and develop it as much as we can. But some of these ideas cannot be physically played by a human in the fallen state. But maybe in the ascended state, if we can think of them, maybe something we should be able to play.
Right. So the textures that he uses in Civilization Phase III of the voices, now, wouldn't he bring in other environmental sounds besides voices if he had lived and carried on? Or would he just be playing notes, having the computer do note intricacies? Do you see him using other kinds of textures?
I have the impression that the record was not really finished, that he was working on the ideas. But he did use a lot of the synclavier and other synthesizers to make all types of effects and samplers during his concerts. Because when he's playing, it's like a movie soundtrack. It's not only the music, it's the text and all these effects that are going on besides the action, like in a movie or like a radio play.
Yeah.
He had all these environments also in his music.
No, you're right. And he says on the footnote on Hot Rats in 1969, says, "This movie for your ears," which comes into the movies that he was trying to make as early as 1963-64, Captain Beefheart versus Meats, I think it's versus the Grunt People. I have the text here. I don't know if we don't have time tonight to go into it, I don't think, unless we did for a minute, but definitely he was trying to make a movie. It's almost like, and movies, according to McLuhan, contain all media. So he wanted to conclude all environments and program them. So that would be a movie. So,
yes, that was his idea for the DFA, and he actually wanted also to become a hologram that could be projected, broadcast anywhere in the world. He didn't have to be in his physical meat body.
Good point.
Playing somewhere. He was already into the discarnate.
Right. The DFA is an updating of his movie ideals in the 60s and 70s, whatever he's trying to do with his movies. So now with DFA, he was going beyond the movie. He was going into virtual reality and real-time sculpting rather than making a package that you look at in the screen. So, yeah, that's a really good point about DFA, that is a living response to the living Android meme. And that was, and the treatment laid out for the DFA is a great description of how one would respond to Android meme event like the World Cup. So then he's going to make a response to that using the most advanced.
As if Joyce made some music, that will be his music.
What Zappa would do in DFA.
Yes, and I find it very interesting that he already wanted to be discarnate. He wanted to play as an hologram.
Yes.
Yeah, so
well, he does say in an interview, the media are the only reality, or the media is all that there is. He relaxed and allowed and moved into that virtual reality as a composer with not much resistance. So what was he trying to, how does that relate to, he was trying to do what LaRouche is talking about. He would present the DFA as a hologram and put you into a state of perception where you'd see through it, like the Bach was trying to do with just sound. See what I mean?
Yes, in a way, he was trying to explain, like McLuhan and you, the environment, the big piano, but he did it with visuals and with music and speech. He was not a theorist. He was just presenting.
Well, he had a theory, but he never said it much. He had a theory, but he didn't articulate it. This is where in Them or Us. Now, this is where we get into the screenplays, like Captain versus Captain Beaver versus the Grunt People. Theory is in those, and in Hutchentooth. So we will find those parts and read them. He has his theory. Now, on the cover of Civilization Phase III, you have these extraterrestrial or weird vehicles attacking the piano, right? The piano's this fortress. And that would be visual space. McLuhan said the piano was created by the alphabetic and phonetic effects, so that Bach was using the new meme that the printing press was creating in the crowds of society, of Europe, and that inspired him to make a technically left hemisphere instrument called a piano. Now, that left hemisphere tradition, which LaRouche stands up for, and it's a comprehensive left hemisphere tradition because it includes other modalities, but anyways, LaRouche, what he stands for, that is what's being attacked. Because on the cover of Civilization III is this fortress. That's the oligarchy. That's the literate elite. And, of course, they spend their days going to opera and New York City concerts, right? They really hoik up the classical music thing, which is what, like, LaRouche is in that world, in that elitist world of propping up classical culture, but LaRouche has an argument against Kissinger and Brzezinski about how their particular take on classical culture. And then Frank comes in and is ignored by Leonard Bernstein. Bernstein won't even talk to him. And Frank is, in a way, the forces attacking the piano meme, the piano sensibility that Bach, began. Do you get my point there?
Yes. Well, I have to make a point. He developed the keyboard, the clavier. The piano was developed later in the 19th century. That's the pianoforte, the clavier that was able to have these dynamics. Before there was only the other type of clavecin and cembalo.
Well, can the clavier do things that the pianoforte can't do?
No, the thing is on the opposite. The pianoforte has more dynamics. You can play very, very strong, very loud, and very piano. And in the clavecin, it's more or less the same. There are some dynamics, but they're not as versatile as in the pianoforte. That was the thing with Mozart and Beethoven, and then with the Romantics, they went to develop the music for this pianoforte because the thing that they could play very loud and very softly allowed them to express all these emotions.
So that would be the new complexities brought in by the printing press and the newspaper. Remember, Beethoven is a great supporter of Napoleon and the Republican movement. He supports the American Revolution. They're inspired by the implications of those new democracies. And LaRouche says that they were Republicans. They weren't into mass democracy, mob rule kind of thing. So the complexities that the newspaper brought in changed the ears, and the pianoforte then was the instrument to meet the new demands in the ears for more subtle resonances. You okay with that sentence?
Yes, and I think one of the things that you add and is how the perception is changing, and with the medias, and how this reflects in the musical. Like so you say, there is another type of hearing also.
Right. So you could see that Stravinsky and the rhythms of the Rite of Spring, 1913, are responding to the automobile, the telephone, beginning of the airplane, street lighting, all those technologies, all that mix brings Stravinsky in. And then Varese, he's more like the 20s and 30s. He's bringing in the sirens and other kinds of industrial noises that Stravinsky doesn't do, right?
Yes, and I was very surprised to read that the thing that fascinated Zappa the most about Varese was the sound of the sirens. So he's like Ulysses hears the sirens.
Oh, yeah, the sirens, yeah, in Ulysses. So does Zappa say that somewhere, that he's interested in the sirens?
Yes.
Varese?
Yes, he mentioned several times, like, listen to those sirens. He was really...
No, that's a good point, because that's such a metaphor for acoustic space in Joyce's Ulysses, the sirens.
Yes, yeah. and on the one hand, the siren is this mythological singing that is lying.
Yeah.
It's like
deceptive.
The metaphor of the singing of the sirens is that everything is a lie, and it's like
right.
The medias eat all this acoustic environment and put it out, but at the same time, it's sort of a lie, this replay. It's not the real.
Yeah.
It's a replay.
Okay, so
there are like different layers of meaning and of interpretation and of confusion. So the siren singing, it's always fascinating. I mean, it's like men will die just to be able to hear the singing of the sirens.
Right.
It's like
embracing new technology. Embracing new technology. Humans.
We have this fascination, but there is always the danger of the effects of the siren. And then there's also the siren as an alarm that wakes you up. The alarm. Achtung,
right.
Achtung.
The stages of Achtung, the stages of apprehension. Okay, so you have Varese in the 20s and 30s. Do you have Stockhausen, Boulez? What's different about their music in the 50s? From Varese and Stravinsky, and of course they're responding to television and the media mix of the 50s. What?
The thing is, since 1899 there is recording.
Yes.
But the first personal recorders were done in the 50s, and these composers. There were already in the 20s a lot of different instruments trying to use electricity to generate sound. There's a lot of Russian synthesizers that are not very well known. The best known is the theremin. For example, here in Germany, there was the instrument played by Oscar Sala. I think it was called the Tetraumonium, something like that. But first they started recording and using the sounds for the music concrète.
Yeah.
So that's the difference. And then Stockhausen starts to use electricity as the sound generator of waveforms.
Right.
And he uses things from radio and TV, and he starts developing instruments so that we have synthesis, the artificial sounds made by electronic sound generators. They're not acoustic, vibrating in the air, but they're frequency modulated and filtered.
Frequency modulated.
And they have to be amplified by the speakers to be so that we can hear. It's like we can translate, for example, different types of things into sound. Like you can go on and look for the sounds of the planets. They sort of translate the magnetism or different types of frequencies, lights, and these values correspond to they make a sound out of these values. Like they will add this data to some instrument, and with these values, different parameters are activated to create the sound. That will be how we can listen to these planets, for example. For example, there are beautiful things from Saturn and other phenomena. It's like we can listen now to how plants communicate.
Yeah.
And we can amplify the frequencies, we can hear much more than we usually could hear with our ears. We know, for example, that elephants communicate with very, very low frequencies that we don't hear because they need to communicate in very long distances. So there are many frequencies, many things we don't hear, but are also in the environment vibrating.
Right.
And we can now, like with the microscope, we could see even more. We are extended, but also with these new technologies, we can hear more and be aware of much more frequencies affecting things.
Was Stockhausen putting those effects in his music? Was he taking what you can hear with these new advanced audio technologies? Was he putting that into his music?
You mean
Stockhausen? Was he putting the life of plants, the communication of plants? Did he have that in his music? The sound level of plant life.
No, I think he could hear everything. And his compositions are really, really, really complex. He makes this collage of sounds, but he also has the instrumental. He used the traditional orchestra, and he also has the new technologies. Like he was trying to use everything he could to generate sound, but most of the things he will say electronic music is anything that is amplified, even if the source is acoustic. The fact that it goes through a mic and then goes through a speaker is already electric. It was, or you can hear to an orchestra in a record, but you're listening with your speakers, the replay. So you're listening to electronic music, actually. It's not the acoustic orchestra in a concert hall.
So he's saying, like McLuhan, the electric fact. He's saying the electrification itself makes the difference. Just anything that's amplified or includes electricity.
Yeah, we mostly only hear electronic music, amplified music, not acoustic.
Right. Yeah.
So he had no limitations in that sense, but he was not applying that like in a therapeutic way or whatever. He was just fascinated with sound, and then he went to develop a very complex mystical ideas. And that's the thing with many composers that they see music as a different type of language that communicates with something else, like Zappa said. Besides the big note, there is something else. And I suppose is the awareness of the communication at the frequency level of the eye cell. It's not only what you hear with your ears, but the tactile between the molecules and the cells, the vibration in the light or in any object. Everything is vibrating, everything is frequencies. So everything is actually sound, and but we cannot.
Not necessarily audible. He talks about perceptual deficiencies, and you're right. He says the big note and other things. He doesn't end the sentence with the big note. He says and other things, so it goes beyond the note. In that interview in After Dark magazine, February 72, it's called It's All Music, he talks about radio frequencies, which is what ion processes. Our eye cell processes radiation, which is pretty astounding. So, and here's Frank 40 years ago talking about radiation frequencies in a musical context, or in using the word music to frame it all. Remember, he says that poem, Information and Not Knowledge, he ends with music is the best. And music is defined as the way you're talking about it. So Zappa comes in the 60s, he's consuming the first half of the 20th century. He's got musique concrete, he's got Flores, he's got Stravinsky, he's got R&B. He's Egyptian, as McLuhan defines it. He's a pharaoh programming the whole environment, consuming the whole environment, and that's the image he has on the cover of Civilization Phase III. He has these Egyptian figures matched up with New York City. New York City being the center of the Android meme.
For example, he said the best music was made by people with wigs and stuff.
He said the best music was made?
Yeah, that was already made by these people with wigs. But he didn't like the fact that in older traditions, in the Baroque and the Classical and the Romantic, they still had these harmony laws or patterns or archetypes to the next thing.
Like polite society.
Yeah, he thought it was stupid to follow a recipe to, for example, resolve. He always made fun of the way of one piece should end. There are rules you can follow to finish an idea, like dun dun,
right,
boom. And he will make fun of this type of recipes because he said, why should I limit myself to use this? He had his own Bible of chords, so he developed his own harmony, his own rules. Like some musicians will say, he was like the king. The king will give some melody to Bach, and Bach should develop that.
Right. And he would do that with Ike Willis, and
that was so. He was the king. He will give these ingredients to his musicians and tell them, okay, these are the ingredients. You go and make a solo and develop this and like.
And we heard Ike Willis saying that last week.
Yes.
That Frank would give him stuff to make. Okay, so Frank is being very up to date. He's acting like the head of the CIA or the head of a secret intelligence organization. Like he says, it's a single gesture in a pins and needle, the head of a pin among millions of pins that you can't see. So he's pointing out how Rumpelstiltskin can orchestrate the whole planet and all the media textures. And then he is imitating that and trying to make people perceive it without being involved in it and subject to it. So all these environments become his content. And then he has a synclavier to really whip through the whole panoply, the whole palette of possible environmental programming. And with these images, I mean, I'm projecting the pharaonic that McLuhan defines on the pictures of a cover of Civilization Phase III. But why would they be there otherwise? Why have some Egyptian figures unless you fit into what the advanced intelligence was figuring out, say, via McLuhan? Are you still there?
And yes, I was thinking how Zappa was aware that most of the music that was going to be heard was going to be amplified electronic music, not the acoustic music.
Yeah.
So he could not go into the contemporary composers meme because and play in concert halls. He saw that the next thing was going to be amplified music, so he had to
he
be
really
part
completed
of electric.
Yeah, he completed Glenn Gould. You know, Glenn Gould was a famous concert pianist in the 50s, 60s, and then he threw it all away and said, heck with that, I'm not playing for the concert audience, it's irrelevant, I'm going into the studio. And he started modulating with studio equipment, or you'd say amplifying, frequency modulation. But Frank took it further than Glenn Gould. Glenn Gould did not go into pop culture other than doing a few TV shows. And Frank was always ready to do TV shows, and he didn't have to do a show. He was available for talk shows. The process of, the talk shows were the more relevant kind of show because they weren't presenting a formula. They were presenting the community of media environments in action. So Johnny Carson would interview all these different people from different media and run through that every night as a satellite conductor. Well, Frank engaged those talk shows, even tried to have one himself. So Glenn Gould didn't do that, nor did any of the others. Stockhausen and
formally, there is no difference between playing an instrument and engaging in a conversation. It's the same.
Well, you know, McLuhan, you had in Cultures Are Business.
You respond and you play with other people and make this conversation. So he was very aware that he was talking, but he was making music.
Right. And in Cultures Are Business, McLuhan says, jazz as easy as conversation. So he pointed out the conversational nature of jazz, and that's why Duke Ellington visited him. Duke Ellington knew that Marshall understood what they were working with. It's simple conversation. But you got to be a good conversation. You got to know a lot, right?
If you see the dialogues in the 200 Motels, how he used speech like a Greek chorus. Like there are parts where they all talk unison, or the way they speak is very musical. Like it's he's aware of this rhythmic inside the language, the dithyrambic, the poet.
Right, the dithyrambic. Now, I just opened, you remember how LaRouche said, we got to go out to Mars, go out to the cosmos, there's new worlds out there, we don't have to be stuck in Earth. But here, in the movie screenplay called Captain Beefheart versus the Grunt People, 1964, it involves a moon launch. And so Billy says, this is right, I just opened to page 54 of the screenplay, just at random. And Zappa, he called his studio Dr. Zircon's lab in Happy Valley, something like that. That's in 1970. So here in 64, he has Billy and a couple other people, Cecil and Larry, and Zappa says, we see them standing in front of the rocket, all dressed in their spacesuits in quote, and ready to go. Billy is waving the prayer book demonstratively as he delivers his benediction. And Billy says, very sincerely, we are about to embark on a perilous mission to outer space. Our destiny lies ahead. We shall conquer the moon. In the name of decency and all that is clean and good. In the name of Happy Valley, land of my youth, and all that it stood for in the past. Its inherent rural cleanliness and strength of spirit. See, they're going into the future via the rearview mirror. the true spirit of our great land. For this we risk our lives now, as did our forefathers at Bunker Hill and Anzio and Mount Suribaki, all those places. For all this, we now depart for the moon. Now, 3 years later, Frank writes a song called Concentration Moon, where he's saying they've created a concentration camp on the moon. So he's referring to this rocket launch, and then he's showing the development of that script 3 years later in We're Only for the Money. This big mission to take the Happy Valley to the moon turns into a military concentration camp. You get it? Get the irony?
Yes, again, the cosmic. Yeah, like we're extending ourselves, like we're not only in the Earth anymore, we are in the cosmos.
Right, and we're extending beyond the cosmos, beyond the big note, so that going to the moon, which is visual space, that's an old mission. That's an old rearview mirror 19th century mission by the military. And Frank is making fun of, and the moonshots are just happening at this point, 62, 63. I mean, they're preparing, John Glenn and them are going around the planet and breaking records, and they're starting to move towards the moon by 1969 is Kennedy's dream. And here's Zappa saying we're already communicating through many kinds of spaces in radio and TV. He actually says in an interview that radio is new life. He says radio is new life. It's not a bacteria, a new organism. Radio environment is a new extension of anthropomorphic reality. So now I'm just going to open it up. Go ahead.
Yes, and I was also thinking how the visual has an effect in the acoustic, like the keyboard was made thinking of how we are made. We have 2 hands and 5 fingers on each hand, and we are going to do this sophisticated type of typing of the notes. But now in the modern design, the modern technologies are using more and more gesture to connect different types of machine with the human.
Yeah. Good point. Now, here's what happens. Yeah. I mean, I haven't read the script in years, so just jumping through, but I remember they end up, I guess, landing on the moon or someplace, and they meet Celestia, in brackets, like a sexy fairy princess. And she says, "Greetings, Earth people. I am Celestia, and these are my loyal subjects. I am the queen of this heavenly body." So Cecil, one of the guys on the rocket, one of the Americans, starts to drool. And Zappa's little instruction on the sign say, "The poor little fellow can't help it. He's been living in Happy Valley for 10 years. So Celestia says, "You're surprised to see I speak your language, but we've been monitoring your commercial broadcast for years." Then there's a radio voice through static. "Calling alien spacecraft on moon. Calling alien spacecraft on moon. Do you read me? Come in, aliens." And then Celestia says, "We are the last tragic remnants of a perishing race, a love-starved race, more highly developed than your Earth women in the mysterious feminine arts. And we have waited many time periods for a contact such as this." It doesn't say we're waiting a long time. There's no time, so she says time periods. "It seems as though our prayers have been answered. Come with us. We have prepared a feast." And Cecil goes, "Feast? Like eating?" And Johnny says, "And then again, you folks out there have to remember, it ain't just the uniform that makes the man. No, sir, it's the discipline." So then they march off, and this guy Gurney, Senator Gurney, I guess it's back at Cape Smedley, and there's a shot of Senator Gurney. He's very tired. Senator Gurney. He's very tired. He mops his fur brow and chews on his stogie with a vengeance. He says, "Well, keep trying till you reach him. This is top level, top priority stuff. Get on the stick down there. We got foreigners on the moon." They just arrived, and they're claiming anybody else on there is a foreigner. Okay, Johnny, still reminiscing. "Among the things I remember best about my childhood in Shreveport, it's a radio station I used to pick up from out of Texas or Mexico or someplace like that. Willikins. What a radio station that was. I went out and bought me a 7-transistor radio just so as I could take it with me every place and listen to it. It was an enriching experience. Geez, there it is. I just remembered this quote, that radio is life, new life, and here it's right in the script here. It was an enriching experience. They had this older fellow came on the air late at night playing records with a real funny old voice. That'd be a takeoff on Wolfman Jack, I guess, who was mentioned, I think, in the script to Uncle Meade. So here's this talk about media and radio mixed in with the rocket landing. Boy, this looks good. Yeah, the Howling Hog Man. That's what they used to, Wolfman, but in the script it's Howling Hog Man. That's what they used to call him. And he had a funny old voice. Let me tell you, good mercy. I used to sit there and laugh till I was blue in the face. Yuck, yuck, yuck. So then, but he's saying, he's going back into his past because he's hanging out with these moon girls. And it says, Celestia is looking off screen and beckoning to Billy and his crew. She looks even more inviting in the eerie light of the cave. The other girls, still breathing hard, look good too. And then Celestia says, come in, take off your protective clothing. The air is pure here, and scent it with exotic fragrance from her subterranean gardens. But old Johnny, he can't think about the women. He's just remembering his radio life. That's really McLuhan-esque. But there's a lot more. We can go into that, but I just wanted to show you the dynamics in this play or this movie. Can you dig it?
Yes, that's other thing we have to explore.
Yes, we'll read through parts of the script. Now, when I was playing...
Because I think, like Frank Zappa said all the time, all my outerings, all the things I'm doing is part of my work. And usually people only concentrate on the music. But we are also going to this other type of
media expressions. He used all media, and he said they're all extension of him. I was going to say something. The movie. Nope. You'll have to say something. My mind broke. I had to re-reel it.
Well, another...
Yeah, but go ahead.
Another thing that I think about when I think how, in a way, instruments like the monochord and Bach were trying to translate the whole universe, the whole cosmos in a musical instrument to communicate with this higher thing. We're still into developing these interfaces between man, the machine, and the environment. And Frank Zappa was into that a lot.
Yes. You have Bach. He's trying to attune art and music to the scenario that Galileo, Kepler, and Newton laid out, so that is what they think nature is, what they see with their eye in the cosmos, in the solar system. But that is not an environment for us. That is a print effect. People start looking and exaggerating what the eye showed them. But, once you get into the 20th century and Stravinsky and Flores, they start analyzing acoustic space and processing that, and then eventually get to tactility. I would say Zappa is really an artist of tactility to the max, and then even engaging the machine's tactility. So yes, the composer is always exploring the new nature, which is a product of technologies. Nature is a product of technology.
And the media, the technology, is this interface in which we are trying to interact with the power of God, with the with the something else.
Yeah, and up till now, it's been an external God, and then it became an inner God. But ion is neither outer or inner, is what Ion's trying to tell you. You're neither inner or outer. He called the outer kingdom and the inner kingdom. But that wasn't as important as the middle kingdom. The middle kingdom is where you are on any page of Finnegan's Wake. You're in the middle. There's no beginning and no ending. So the middle kingdom, Ion, is technically very correct to emphasize that word and not inner or outer. And Frank satirized inner and outer, operating from the middle kingdom position. He didn't call it that, but his perceptions of the tactile interplay is, and shown in Diophar, is the position of the Middle Kingdom.
Yes, and also we can see how, with different types of media, the focal point changes from things moving around God, then to the planet, or to the sun, to the planet, then man becomes the thing. But we have like these three different kingdoms, and man thinks still that things are outside, and then we finally come to the well-tempered interface that really reconnects. Because LaRouche said the reconnection was with us going to tradition and reconnecting with a higher purpose. That will be how he
a mess if you don't.
We reconnect. But we see, Zappa thought it was through the frequencies that we can reconnect to the big note and the other thing. But the reconnection was
Bob says.
With
But Bob
the ISO. It's like
with the non-food.
And as you say,
the ISO's a non-food.
The focal, the thing that we thought things revolve around God or wherever, and now things revolve around you. It's like you are the creator of your reality,
yes,
your environment, and like you say, you're in the middle. In the middle kingdom.
Yeah, and that's right. It's back. No longer the Earth is the center of the universe. You're the center of the universe. So we've dropped the solar system, either Ptolemaic, Copernicus, or NASA's universe. Puny stuff compared to where we are today. And the media environment supports that. It makes everybody the center of everything with their iPhones. But that doesn't satisfy. It's based on a device that you get there by default. So in LaRouche's book, Dialectical Economics, he's always making the point that technology is the new nature. He's got a very McLuhan point there all through his economic program. So he recognized that. So it's interesting how LaRouche...
Yes, and the thing that we have discovered with Diane is that the technology is not only the hardware. The technology is organic. It's the ISO going... Right. You resetting yourself and tuning you into listening the right frequency to change whatever has to be changed with the cymatic effect of the frequency.
Look, Zappa has metaphors of food, Uncle Meat and other things, burnt weenie sandwich. We find out that we connect by eating something. That's what he was anticipating. We would eat the I cell. And that would create the new song. We eat the new song.
Yes, and you did this video where you showed your mouth opening and closing and eating the whole environment.
all the Android meme imagery of the last 100 years. Yes, that's the video. Everything's disappeared, and you can see it on my Facebook page. So, and that was made in 1993. Now, we only got a few minutes left. You have to go in 4 minutes, right?
Yes.
Right, 4 minutes to 8. I want to see if this is Bert. Bert, did I just unmute you? Okay, there's another one. Bert, did I just unmute you there?
Yes. Yes, Bob.
Bert, you got 4 minutes. I know you've been flabbergasted by what Roxy's saying. What's your verbal response?
I want to thank Roxy for filling in. She did a lot of fill-in on music, her knowledge of music. And there's one point that she made about the I cell that did I hear correctly, Roxana, that you said that the I cell increases our ability to absorb or observe frequencies, other frequencies?
No,
did you lead to that?
I said somehow amplifies the right frequencies. And... because somehow we are out of tune, and this is like the real
right.
tuning in, the real temperament.
Yeah.
No, that's correct.
And that's the thing that everybody was trying to do, to tune in into the power, which is not God's power that we were trying to understand all the fallen states, but is our own power.
Zappa in his Life magazine article in 68 talks about everybody tries to tune into their God. He uses that metaphor. Their God can be anything, but they try to tune into it. So, yes, we were trying to tune into it, and it turned out food, a special kind of food, would improve your tuning mechanism.
Yes.
Now, you remember, I have been talking
about the frequency and all these things since the beginning, but I think the problem is we have these words of the science that is obsolete and from the fallen state understanding of frequencies and magnetism and polarities and this, and we haven't defined many things. And we're just...
Well, iron's constantly defining things, but the definitions are shifting as you become more aware of the context that iron is working from.
Yeah, that's the other thing. He says the only thing that is permanent at the moment is the magnesium, and all the other things are constantly changing.
Yes, magnesium.
So maybe there is this coming of the non-physical talking to us, and he always made the point that music is important. Like he always wanted Bob to play a special song in a special point. And he would not take the high culture music, but popular culture. And he will usually say something about the lyrics, the mortar, a special phrase.
2 points, Rox.
And so, in a way, it has been tuning us in many ways, with the words, with the music, and with the food.
And with the silence, Roxy. Okay, you got to stop. When he, a few months ago, wouldn't answer questions, everybody said, oh, he's mad or something. No, he was using the frequency of silence to communicate to us, and nobody got that. More and more, Ian was using silence, and whatever you could pick up with what he was emanating, he was communicating with the silences, not just words. So that's what was happening ago. And then the other thing is living water, Ian says, is not water. We're going to sell living water, and it's not water. You'll never want to have to drink water again. So that's an example of a non-food. We have to call it living water, just like Ian had to appear to come through JW, or humans wouldn't have a clue of what they were dealing with. Can you imagine when I first was talking?
When he explained the Genesis, it's all about chemistry. Yeah. It's amazing.
Yes.
The whole fall.
Yeah, it's all about chemistry.
Chemistry.
But and the generations in the Bible, all those family generations, are actual chemical reactions. It's chemistry. But I'm going to lose it. The living water. What the heck? Non-food shit. You bastard! You made me forget the important point. You're left hanging here.
So you were saying that water is not water. The water is not water.
Right, but then there was another point. But yeah, I know, and then I went from there. I had a third point. But okay, maybe it can be evoked by reality. Bert, say something. What's your next response to Roxy?
I was fascinated when she talked about Bach was developing the clavier. Is that correct? Bach tried to
the keyboard.
Clavier.
He did do it.
The keyboard. He did do it. Okay.
He made that early rudimentary piano, so to speak.
Yeah.
The well-tempered clavier. But, you know, in that LaRouche broadcast, and they start playing the LaRouche, they start playing quotes from Beethoven or Mozart, whoever it is. Bach. I can't stand it. It's horrible sounding. It's nothing like the Penguins or the Valets or the great 50s music. The tones are stupid. And because I don't have those ears for that kind of music, I wouldn't be able to sit there and listen to Beethoven stuff. But it'd be okay. but I probably demand more variety in it. Now, is that because I can't sit still anymore?
You have a tactile hearing. That's Baroque music.
Yeah, I do have tactile hearing, but I agree with Frank. That fucking music, Mozart, Beethoven, it's okay, but it's mostly crap. The timbre, the pitch is fucking boring. Give me Diana Ross or whatever whack job I played today. I played some whack job today. But I got different ears, from whoever listened to that stuff back then. But the mind part, LaRouche preserves the meaning of that music, what they were trying to do. The encyclopedic vision of penetrating X-raying mind is what was being attempted to acquire or to communicate. That I appreciate. You know what I mean?
Another thing with music is like you start by studying, like they're doing the musical phrases, like you go, okay, here is a scale, here are pages, here the bass comes in, and this and that, and you just analyze what's happening to memorize it, the different parts, and understand it. But then you have to make the music. Then you have to add something else and play with some other people. And it's amazing because there have been studies that say when people play together, their heartbeat synchronizes.
Ah.
So
when they play together, you play music together? You're saying when people play music together? Wow.
Yes, so there are things that we don't understand with the frequencies that are happening in the environment. And,
well, Roxy, we don't have to understand them if you mean visualize them. Like I just read in a Thompson article, scientists are trying to measure the samadhi states, the nirvana states of yogis, and trying to make some kind of evaluation from it. That's visualizing when you measure. I don't need to measure and visualize what goes on between me in these conversations. We might be syncing up our hypothalamus right now as we talk here, right? Who gives a damn about the heart? We want to sync up the hypothalamus, and that may be happening as we resonate over these ideas and images.
Yes. So what I want to say is that there are things happening when we communicate. It can be music or it can be talking that we are not aware of the effects of the interaction.
I'm aware of it because I always say the correct thing with the right perfect pitch with people and keep them interested, keep them agitated, keep them involved. I'm a great talker. I must be responding to the transpersonal, Cosmic Awareness said. I am communicating on the dog whistle level. Connie laughed at that. She hadn't heard that before.
You know how to play the frequencies. Well, I know
how to play the frequencies. That's right. And let's remember,
I have to leave your core.
I am 6 months older than LaRouche. He's born in September 1922. I was born in February, and he's still listening to Mozart and Beethoven, trying to get back to what he learned when he was a kid in his 1930s, and I'm listening to whoever I just played today. That's how much sense. See? My ears are years ahead of LaRouche.
What I like is the approach of being able to engage all patterns. Like Ion brings this low culture and be able to listen to complex musical patterns that are also very interesting and very beautiful, and also to enjoy a pop song. Because for me, that's something I was very intolerant with that. Like you are trained like that.
You were a specialist. Your ears were a specialist. The drops and iondom has altered Roxy's ears.
Well, just the fact that you have to expand because it's the environment, and you just have to listen to all types of ideas and all types of music,
And you can see that Ion is doing that, massaging us, like you say, Roxy. Definitely doing a frequency, verbal, musical, multi-environment. And he's got me to do it, help him do it, to massage people. That's what he's been doing. And, you know, Bashar, Krishnamurti, they did puny massage compared to Ion.
Well, he's helping expanding all our bodies. Like the labyrinth of the mind has to be expanded. Like you cannot be limited. If you're going to be a god and you're going to engage in this ascended type of being, you cannot think as the beer-drinking people, you know? you have to listen to Frank Zappa.
The beer-drinking Berliners. It be not Berliner. What's the word not?
Drinking beer makes you engage that type of military behavior.
Military oil consciousness.
It's like
you get in your car and you drive around and crash it.
Doing what everybody's doing, consuming what everybody's doing. You think you know
worried that terrorists are going to blow you up. Beer-drinking people are worried they're going to be blown up by terrorists.
Yes, that's another big issue because now.
Yes, it is.
People are reacting really, really, really radically.
What are you getting from that? Well, give us an example of what you're seeing.
Well, for example, near my house is this Tempelhof airport where I will go to practice music, or I will just fall asleep there alone, and I could be there alone until very late. I could bike and be very happy there. And now the whole airport is going to be a refugee camp. So everybody's pissed off by that because there are not enough resources. And just bringing these people is not solving the solution. It's creating much more problems and things that have to be done. People say we're paying very high taxes. And instead of things being solved, this is being consumed.
Wow, I was in that, Bert. I was in that big park. It was a huge park, amazing park in the middle of Berlin. You know, maybe it's bigger than Central Park.
In the park.
Yeah.
It was break dancing with 8-year-old kids in the park.
I was dancing with the local beer drinking kids.
Break dancing.
Break dancing with them. I was tolerating their crude, vulgar rhythms, but I did it anyways. But no, it's sad to think that park would be cut off from the populace. That's going to start World War III, man. They're not going to tolerate that.
I had to make an ID, and it was full of these refugees, the place, and you have this type of concentration camp atmosphere, and it's very hard because
she went into the bureaucracy to get her ID, and she had to deal with all the refugees in there, and she says the concentration camp atmosphere.
People is bombarded also by media, by things happening in towns where now there are more refugees than local people. And, for example, the women are advised to dress like Muslims. And we are used to be free, and we could go swim naked and be in a park naked or wherever. And now it's like it's like we have to adapt to that. And, of course, everybody's pissed off. And that is radicalizing people.
Yes, that's what I mean. That could become really violent.
Oh, yeah, that's going to turn the tide.
I was on the street because my bike was being repaired, and I had to use public transportation, and I was on the street, and there was a demonstration, and it was normal people, not radical.
Normal, apathetic beer-drinking people.
The beer-drinking folk.
Now they're getting radicalized. Pretty soon they're going to say, hey, buddy.
This is a Christian country. Why should we adapt to their culture? Our country, and very hard. Sorry?
How was it communicated to tell the women to dress like Muslims? How was that communicated?
yes,
on the
but
radio?
there were rapes and no, it's been in the newspapers in many articles.
But that's wild.
Can you imagine? That's ridiculous. That's quite a change just from when I was there a year ago. That's a it's like not the same place. It's Berlin disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah. For example, one thing I also noticed, you see these groups of single men, young men, just walking around in the streets, like doing nothing but just walking around and
looking for a fight.
we are used to, like, I could go anytime with my bike alone, any place, and press like wherever you want and do whatever you want. And now it's like you feel you don't have the same freedom anymore. Like you have to be more careful or something. And also the media.
Yeah, all this pressure.
People paranoid, but well, I have to go.
Okay, well, you were fantastic, okay. Roxy. Awesome.
The attacks in Paris, there was also a big demonstration in front of the Brandenburg Gate, and people were saying things that are more radical.
Right. Well, like you were radical tonight in your exegesis of Zappa. Very good Zappa, LaRouche, McLuhan, Bob explanation, so I appreciate it.
Thanks, Roxana. Good night. Or good day.
Good day.
Good day. Good day.
Good day. Good day.
I'm going again with meine
Your what?
Der Volk aus Deutschland, die wir trinken Volk aus Deutschland. Ich gehe jetzt.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, if you say so. Yeah, Deutschland. Deutschland, beer drinkers. German Deutschland. All right.
Yeah, boy.
Okay, so what? You still here? Okay. Thank you. All right, Bert.
Yes.
Do you want to talk a bit more about Zappa, or what? Did you hear much of it?
What you just did earlier? What was I tuned in when you were playing like a movie. What was the movie? What was that movie?
Yeah. That was Civilization. That wasn't a movie. That was Civilization Phase III, Zappa's last major work. And I was playing the sound bites. I'll play a few more for you. And I was looking for the sound bites. So there was this nice, well-created piece, but I was skipping through it. I mean, Zappa fanatics, when they hear this, they're going to be outraged. I was just editing Zappa. I was destroying his wonderful work by just jumping through looking for verbality, for words being spoken. But it's interesting you thought it was a movie. That's incredible. Here, listen to this. This is called This Ain't... Yeah, this is good. This ain't... Zappa, we were talking about, was making a movie underneath everything. Bert, do you realize this is exactly what's going on in Berlin now? Hey, man, I want my space. That fucking guy doesn't even know what a payphone is. They're complaining about these Syrian guys who don't even know what a payphone is, and they're walking around taking away my space. Is that a gun you have? This is so appropriate. All you Zappa guys listening to this, look at that synchronicity. Okay, let's do some more.
And with that...
Okay, that's the end of Civilization Phase 3. It ends with gunshots in the distance. Then everybody's dead, and then just the birds beaking, barking. That's the end of Zappa's big masterpiece, and he dies a few days later.
Really?
Everybody. Yes, he did. He did, Bert. He died. Well, actually, this was released a few months after he died, I think. I'll look on the Wikipedia, see what the exact date. They usually give these things. He died December 4th, 93, or some part of him died. Okay, so Frank Zappa. And you go to the Civilization Phase 3. Let's see, just a second. Big, long wiki article, very long, for America's National Treasure.
Bob, what you just played, what I just heard, it made me think of like Frank's like electronic version of all the sounds that someone has heard within the whole time that sound was recorded, because there was a lot of sound that he shared, and then it was a unique mix of all the different the sound with the unique characters' personalities. It's almost like electronic sound version of Finnegan's Wake. Had me thinking of it, because like Joyce put all of the different what he took and put in Finnegan's Wake, the encyclopedia. Frank put in the Civilization Phase III all of the sound. There was a lot of sound, different sounds that
exactly. No, that's very good observation. And I through the Evergreens, I had Zappa talking to McLuhan and James Joyce, and they all were working with the idea of Finnegan's Wake, they said. Finnegan's Wake was doing what they were doing. They were doing what Finnegan's Wake was doing. And you nailed it there. That's right. He's getting all the sounds in there. Everything happening anywhere, anytime, for no reason at all. Endlessly producing, but
no, it caused me to think about what Roxana talked about, the eye cell, because if I would have listened to this 10 years ago, I would have thought it was noise. But when I was listening to it, there was such a flow of different, feelings, frequencies, or whatever, that it was it was beautiful. Yeah. I mean, it was really touching that all those different, I thought I even heard some Tibetan sounds in there as well.
Yeah, he has some Tibetan guys. No, he worked with the Mongoloid singers. I forget what they're called. Tutu. What did I say? Oh, Mongoloid. Yeah. Sorry there, country. Don't bomb me. Sorry. I'm glad you're controlled by China. You're gonna have to. You want to get to me? You're gonna have to go through Shanghai. But Carol said, she comes over and she says, this sounds like a bunch of little, and I said, insects. She says, yes. He says, it's like little monsters, little tiny monsters eating things. I said, yeah, bacteria. It's got micro levels of sound, microorganisms as well as macro. He's got it all there, man. It's the merging of art, science, media, and nature. Art, science, media, and nature all mixed in to express iondom. He's trying to describe iondom. And it was released on Zappa's favorite day, Halloween, on Roxy's birthday, October 31st, 1994. So about a year after he died. Wait, we better not tell Roxy that. That'll go to her rest of her body. They released on Roxy's birthday. And then he releases a movie called Roxy the other day. Jesus Christ, what's going on here, eh? and Roxy did a very profound analysis of LaRouche, Zappa, Iondom, Bob. It was pretty good. Yeah, you're going to be impressed.
Yeah, she takes this stuff seriously, Bob.
That's right.
Yes, she does.
And you better be serious when you're talking to her about it.
Yeah.
But what?
Let me unmute.
All participants are now unmuted.
Okay, that's Eliza coughing.
Oh.
Not anymore. Why would you ask?
Apparently not. Because I was talking and it seemed like I was on mute.
It didn't seem it. Or it did seem or it didn't seem?
It did seem. I was talking and just talking, and it was like there was no life in the room. But listen, I'm reading this Civilization Phase III was acclaimed as one of Zappa's best works. So it was pretty good. He said it was praised for its challenging, complex music, largely composed and performed on a synclavier.
Yeah, that was the best stuff I've ever heard.
Is that Sarah saying that?
No, it's Alyssa.
Alyssa. Who? Alyssa? Oh, Alyssa, the artist is here. Alyssa.
Yes.
We got Eliza, Alyssa, and Alassa, and Billy. Parents had no imagination.
That was the best.
So you're saying, Alyssa, you're really, that's quite a statement. Well, how much have you heard of Zappa?
Well, I mean, I'm just starting to get into him because of all this stuff that you guys are doing, and so I've been
all that we're saying about it. We're saying it.
Yeah, but I mean, what was cool about that composition was it was intentional, and That is like that's the heavy hitter right there. Because
that's his masterpiece.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, because it's beyond. So it's cool that he plays the pop. You know, he plays the pop route because he's playing on like a societal level in that way, which is cool. But in terms of the actual like piece, like from his sort of background of composition, like this is one that this has to be his masterpiece. It has to be.
Yeah.
It seems like it.
It is. I think he said that. Yeah, I mean, he worked on it for like 15 or 20 years. Something like that.
Really?
Wow.
Damn.
Well, okay, you probably don't know the history. Okay, it begins in 67, early 67. He's in New York City, and he gets in the studio. No, maybe not in the early 67, but he gets into the studio, and he's working with he's just put out Freak Out a few months before, and everybody thinks he's a psychedelic whack job listening to Freak Out. They think he's on acid, okay? They think he's a basket case, the ultimate hippie whack job. And then the next thing you know, there's a picture of him in a studio conducting serious penguin-dressed orchestra people. You know what I mean? He's in the classical world conducting these. They go, what? And he's there dressed like a maniac, and everybody say, what? How the hell did he get in the studio? How'd they let him in? And so he puts together. He gets people to go sit in a piano and talk inside a piano, and he recorded it all. And so he makes this great collage, way ahead of everybody else's collages. And it takes a year to be released. There's a lot of political battles because Capitol hired him to do it, and he was on Verve or something. So there was a big battle over who could release it. So it got delayed. But that picture of Zappa conducting the orchestra apparently influenced one of the Beatles, George Martin, or somebody. And when they saw Zappa, they were probably impressed with Freak Out, that he was working with orchestras. They go, shit, why don't we do that? And that's what led to Sgt. Pepper's The Lonely Hearts Club Band. It was inspired by the photo of Zappa. What do you think of that? That's the beginning of Civilization Phase 3. So then, so he puts out this album, a great collage. We could probably play bits of it, and you can see the beginning of it. And then 20 years later, he gets his daughter and a few other people, gets them back in front of him inside a piano. And I don't know how much he instructs them on what to say, but there's improvisation there. And all those sound bits are a continuation of Lumpy Gravy from 25 years before. And then he puts it out as Civilization Phase 3. And note, it ends with gunshots.
Yeah.
Today, I was thinking, how appropriate to play that this weekend, which is what's ricocheting all through people's minds, is the gunshots of Paris.
Yes.
To me, it sounded very dreamlike. Like if you were to go into Zappa's head, that's what would be going on, or in his, subconscious or whatever. That would be what's going on.
And you could say dreamlike. Right. And you could say Fitting Its Way is a dream, but Joyce says Fitting Its Way is not a dream. It's traveling through all kinds of textures and above audible and below audible, like he talks about. He's interested in frequencies above audible and below that come in to create the mass of what we experience. So that's what Finney's Wake does, and he's doing it. It's a mashup.
It's cool too. It's cool too because it's like it also echoes of like the television set changing, and that makes me think of his father and the background and the environment of his father, as well as you said that he watched TV a lot later in his life.
Yes, he watched C-SPAN. Now, when I used to play Lumpy Gravy to people 30 years ago, 40 years ago, they go, it sounds like movie music or TV background music. And then Bert comes on and he goes, what was that movie you were playing earlier? The same effect?
Like a movie. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's got that environmental atmosphere or ambience, the media, the movie environment. I mean, it comes in there. I don't hear it that way. I've heard his stuff too much. I do not hear that, but that's because I know it. But I find it interesting that when people first hear it, it's all strange. They think they're listening to a TV background or movie. That's amazing that he could create that effect. Because, well, it's not amazing. Maybe it's not amazing to you because it does sound like that. It's not amazing. It is amazing to me because I don't hear the movie. I hear the details.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
I hear the 50 kinds of snow. This is snow to Bert. Wait, who's playing that snow? Wow, snow, Bert.
Who's playing in that snow? Who made that snowman?
I think TV snow. That's what they. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that
Elisa.
that was touched on earlier too in one of the Zappa hours of like the last few paydays about how he was playing the environment so intentionally and he was so aware of these altered environments that he was orchestrating them as well as orchestrating audio like vibrations.
Yes, he was orchestrating environments. Now, I missed a part. Did you say that came out last week or just earlier tonight?
Well, I feel like that point was kind of touched on earlier in, a previous payday or something like that. But how Zappa was intentionally aware of environments and beyond the audio that they, how they felt, it gets into the like experience quality of it. And it's just a really interesting thing to bracket and to orchestrate intentionally.
Yeah, if you read my Up the Orphic Ante article, it's modeled on that idea you're saying of Zappa. I called Zappa a satellite conductor, conducting the global theater. So was McLuhan, LaRouche, Thompson, and Croker. And then I was squaring that, quadrophenic, that process. But the satellite conductor, orchestrating the whole world that McLuhan calls Egyptian pharaonic. If you're seeing that or you like that idea and you can get it, then you're on the right track. That's what was behind my tiny note chart. The Android meme is an orchestration of many dimensions now, not just the planet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Today I was learning about a bunch of things. Roxana had posted that LaRouche thing, so I looked at that, and then I looked at, so many things. And the John Lennon and the Yoko Ono piece was also very related to what been said in lieu of the big note and everything like that.
You mean the McLuhan interviewing John and Yoko?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it lately, but what struck me is McLuhan was a bit stilted. A bit.
Oh, really?
Sort of not as flowing as he normally was. I don't know what it was. I'll have to look at it again. But he has his stupid wig on. His PR person told him to wear a wig.
I have to go see that.
Oh, yeah.
Bert, you'd like
it on my Facebook page.
I've read the interview, but
go ahead.
Seen the video.
Yeah, go ahead, Alyssa. I was interrupting there. Go ahead. What were you saying? All these things today.
Yeah, I was connecting all these things, and then I was referring to a tiny note chart and trying to kind of visually deduce through the environment. It was like using your tiny note chart like a dimensional tool, Like not as much like a visual sort of like, oh, it's a puzzle and I'm going to figure it out visually, but it's beyond that. So it was cool because, Lennon would say something and it totally referred to I think it might be, is it the top-down chart that was?
Yes, top-down and bottom-up.
The ALP and the HE and all that stuff. It was just so cool to use what you've done and what you've laid out as a point of triangulation. Like, it was just really great.
That's good because in the far right column of the chart, tiny note chart, you'll see the sensory ratios of each quadrant. And that shows you that you're looking at a flat, simple visual mapping of a multidimensional, multisensory situation. So if you've got the chart there on your computer, just look at the ratio of bias of LaRouche, the ratio bias of McLuhan, the bias of Thompson and Croker. It's all carefully laid out. And Croker is the one who has all the senses, but they're squared. That means it's the Android meme that's replaying the sensory life for itself. Have you got that chart there? Can you see that?
No, I have to get it. I'm picking it up now.
Yeah, and so yes, it's people would say something about the chart, and I'd say, well, look, this chart is a distortion of the Android meme. It's a flat visual paper of a very multidimensional situation, quadrophenic situation. So I try to indicate that with the sensory ratios. And what's real clever is that when you get to the Dobbs quadrant, there's no sensory ratios. There's a ratio of one chart to the other chart. That's the big level Dobbs is on. The ratio of the tie note chart to the Dobbs formula chart.
Oh, yeah.
You never.
Cool.
Yeah.
But look at the sensory ratios of LaRouche.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Visual kinetic.
Yeah, basically the figure, what is it? Osmic, kinetic, and visual? The
visual,
top part,
kinetic.
LaRouche.
Visual, kinetic in LaRouche.
Yeah, and below that is oral and osmic?
Proprioceptive, osmic, acoustic.
Right. So LaRouche is involved with those three on the bottom, and he's focused and analyzing and trying to program those three or two at the top, visual and kinetic, right? Kinetic is industry. So he's very involved with keeping the hardware industry world going, and he's very involved with visual issues like the Constitution, bureaucracies like the presidency. The whole industrial 19th century structure is in their visual kinetic, and that's what he is focusing on. But he actually personally has a proprioceptive, acoustic, and what was the third one? Osmic or?
Osmic.
Yeah, osmic.
Yeah, those three are what he's actually describing in his writings. Either he's not aware of it, or he distracts you from his acoustic, osmic, and proprioceptive, is it? Yeah, proprioceptive. Yes. Those three are his makeup. Now go to McLuhan. He's got more on the figure, right? What's the figure in McLuhan, the upper part?
Visual, acoustic, kinetic, osmic.
And tactile, proprioceptive.
No, that's underneath.
Yeah, the proprioceptive and osmic. In the LaRouche quadrant, only visual and kinetic are above, and then proprioceptive, osmic, and acoustic are below, right?
Right. So what's above in McLuhan? You got 4 on above, but what's at the bottom of McLuhan?
Proprioceptive, tactile.
That's all?
Yes, for the ground.
For McLuhan.
Yes, for McLuhan, yes.
The other guys, I don't think Thompson has talked tactile. LaRouche doesn't have tactile. They don't know tactility. So McLuhan, gets an advantage by being tactile and proprioceptive. So that's the bias he's really working for. It's like proprioceptive and tactile interplay comes alive and focuses on the senses on the top. That's what happens when you have TV inside the satellite environment. So on the far left, it says homeopathic television/satellite, or is it satellite/television?
Television/satellite.
Right. The satellite is the ground all through the thing. So, yeah, it's the second name. So it would be LaRouche's radio sensibility, radio concerns, pre-World War II. Television brings in tactility. So that's McLuhan. Then Thompson is the opposite of LaRouche. He's the flip. So what's on the top for Thompson?
Acoustic, kinetic, osmic.
Right. You see, that's not on the top for LaRouche. And then the bottom
What's osmic?
Of Thompson, that's sense of smell.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay.
And then
the bottom for Thompson
the bottom for
proprioceptive visual.
Right. He's basically a visually biased guy, an academic, but he's into yoga and the proprioceptive. So he takes the visual and the proprioceptive. He analyzes ancient texts in his books, and he favors Buddhism and yoga. So with that bias, he's looking at and analyzing whatever's on the top. What did you say was on the top?
Acoustic, kinetic, osmic.
Yes. So that's what he analyzes. So he would engage with the smelly hippies more than LaRouche. LaRouche is unconscious. Osmic is underneath the bottom part.
Yeah, that's true.
So LaRouche criticizes the hippies, and Thompson hangs out with the hippies. That's why the senses are reversed there. But notice neither of them has tactility in there, only McLuhan. Then you come to Croker, and what is the figure, the above senses?
Visual, acoustic, osmic, kinetic, proprioceptive.
All of it, without tactility.
Yes.
No tactility, but he's got more than anybody. He comes later. So then what's the bottom? What's the ground of himself?
Visual, acoustic, kinetic, proprioceptive, osmic, tactile, squared.
Right. And he actually has tactility there, because he understands McLuhan's tactility. He's written about it. But it's the android meme replaying tactility. So it's squared. He's got the whole sensorium. So he's got the most sensory stuff. He's got the aspects of the chemical body on the top, and then he's got the android meme simulating the chemical body.
Is that what squared references, Bob? When you say squared?
Yeah, what is square reference? Yeah.
That's a way of saying it's abstracted, it's doubled, it's come alive.
Because McLuhan had already done it?
Beg your pardon?
Is it you're saying because McLuhan had already done it?
No, I'm describing the environment. The android meme is the squaring of the human world. It imitates it, it simulates it. It may not be the best thing to say, but I thought it was pretty good, squaring. It squares it, it frames it, it imprisons the chemical body with some environment that goes around it. So it means a meta level. It's another environment going around and subsuming an environment. So that the second Bob's Ecology album that Dave made is Bob's Ecology squared,
Right.
Subsuming the first album. So Croker is describing the android meme, and the android meme processes the chemical body, all the senses in the upper row, but there's no tactility on the upper row, is there? No, there's no tactility. He just does visual, acoustic, osmic, and proprioceptive. So he's quite encyclopedic, but he doesn't let on about the tactility of his operation, that he knows tactility. And who knows why he doesn't do that. Maybe people wouldn't understand it. But he writes from a tactile shifting perspective. And then he's miming, he says, the action of the android meme. He doesn't call it the android meme, but virtual reality, something like that he would call it, data trash. And he's miming that, and he has tactility in that. So those are the clever sensory ratios. So those are the dimensions in terms of our senses that are implied. Then you go to the top of the chart with the first 5 columns, the vertical columns, Ra, Eloi, Tu, Lofty. There's other dimensions shown there in the various sequences that go across, 5 across. One of them has angel. Just read a couple of them across. You'll see it implies other dimensions. Not
fairies, humans, elementals, goblins, fairies, humans, angels.
Hey, electromagnetism.
Yeah, you got that in there. You've got sacrificial TV. What is it? Excremental
Crash TV.
Category. Crash TV.
Disciplinary TV.
Surveillance.
Yeah. Wow.
And so I've got LaRouche up there. You've got Thompson quadrants. Thompson is, fairies and angels is Thompson. There might be another one there. When you do simple physics, that's LaRouche, like electromagnetism. Then you have, what's so funny, Kel?
What are you hiding out here for?
You had your noisy thing going. What's that back massager?
Yeah.
It's driving me crazy, man. I had to get out of the room. I couldn't hear anybody. She didn't care. And, and that's why when I was running out, I stepped on your foot. I was in a state of hysteria. I was trying to be the proper host and hear what was going on, what was being said to me, but I had to contend with environmental proprioception. That's a joke, guys. So you see how clever the chart is. It implies many dimensions.
Yes.
That's what, many themes, many memes.
That's cool.
Like you see the bottom one, it says front spin, back spin, something chiasmus. That's the tetrad. Forward spin, back spin, retrievals, chiasmus. Is that what it says?
Yes,
retrieval.
chiasmus, melody.
Right.
Wow.
And so under Bob, see, Rai, Eloy, 2, and Lofty are the four forces that cosmic awareness said, we're at the beginning. And Rai is spelled R-A-I. But on my chart, it's R-H-Y-E-E, because Rai, R-H-Y-E-E, contains Rai, R-A-I, Eloy, 2, Lofty. So there's 4 divisions of Rai. And one of them is the icon for Italian TV, R-A-I. So anyways, you got those 4 things, and you got Bob. You got Bob representing the hexatic. So I'm the melody because I finally verbalize what's going on, lay it out, simple prose.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. I'm the new song. Cool. I just realized that now. It's fucking the new song.
Yeah.
No.
Well, that's what I was... Honestly, yeah, because when you were playing the Frank Zappa piece, I was, thinking about how Roxy was talking about how, the piano is obsolesced by the keyboard and typing, and how musicians think they're making music by just hitting buttons. And,
by
talking
typing.
about
Typing is art form.
Yeah, and talking about the simplicity of what they're making and the looping, it's very simple. And so I was thinking about that, and I was listening to the Zappa piece, and I was like, well, what Bob is doing, because your voice is so, you've been talking intentionally for so long, on the radio.
Yes.
And it's such an intentional, medium. And the way that you're, in tune with what you're saying.
I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but it's beyond just knowledge, And
that's right.
And then, but it's so, what I realized was, Zappa's piece might be this masterpiece of what he did. But what you're doing with Iandom and us all, hive-minding, because we're all calling in right now, and it's different than, it's a bigger version of what Zappa was doing, and it's beyond all of that, but it's similar.
Ongoing
it's music to my ears, what you're saying, Alyssa. That's exactly what Roxy's trying to say. Did you hear Roxy the first couple hours, hours ago?
No. Mm-mm.
No, when you hear it, you just describe what she was describing, what we mean. We begin with the LaRouche and the proper way to understand the Gutenberg arts, then how the 20th century unfolds, then you get to Zappa, and then you get to Iandom. But when I was playing Civilization Phase III, I was looking for the audio. And some of the pieces had no audio, meaning verbal. And then I'd find one, this is one that's just all music, but I would skip through it. I was slashing up his slashing.
Yeah.
I mean,
know,
that's,
I could tell.
That's sacrilegious.
No, but it was working.
Yes.
But it was working.
Because speech, it was working. And I'm looking for the speech part, because speech is way more important than any fucking particular technology now. I am the speech king. I know what to say for the perfect moment. And I actually said something for the first time tonight. I started talking about how I communicate through the inaudible frequencies, what awareness calls transpersonative. There's more than the
yeah,
words.
Totally. You're talking about the dog whistle thing?
Yeah, Bob's a dog whistle. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
That's why if I go off on somebody, so to speak, or I get aggressive, don't get fooled by that. I'm not malicious. I'm just doing it because
I know.
Dog whistle stuff you should notice.
Yeah.
I said that in a lecture back in '84. McLuhan said, that's what I said when I didn't mean it. This guy said, you left out all this stuff. He said, well, that's what I said when I didn't mean it. Or that's what I meant when I didn't say it. McLuhan was including what he didn't say to what he was saying. You must include because the speech can't say it all, and if you were going to do speech to say it all, it would have to have at least 2 or 3 contradictory lines of talk going along to be comprehensive like Finney's Wig. So when I'm talking, I'm always including what I didn't say or the opposite point of view.
Yeah.
And you're picking up on that, cool. Alyssa. Congratulations.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool what's going on around here.
Yeah, for an artistic sensibility like yourself, we are the top artistic salon in the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because of what we're doing.
Yeah, it was funny watching LaRouche. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Yeah, LaRouche, funny?
Oh, yeah, well, it was funny because I haven't really exposed myself too much to him. I haven't really read much, but I am aware of him because of listening to you. And so watching him on that little talk was funny because it was so stuck in what your chart denotes, just like how he's breaking everything down. And it's pretty limited, you know, in terms it's hinting at the same things, but from a more limited place, and you can see that right here in your chart. And,
yes.
And so now when we're talking in INDM and on Payday and with you, you have, like, just looking and referencing the chart, you can see watching LaRouche talk about frequency through Bach, you know, is hinting at the same thing that we're hinting at, but in INDM, it's so much more. It's everything down there at the bottom right. Yeah.
He's limited. I'm not limited. I'm not involved in the sensory ratios. I've got 2 charts representing me.
Yeah. Multiple,
I'm including all those sensory biases of each faction, plus all the other stuff in those charts, and that's the interplay there between the Dobbs formula chart and the tiny note chart. Because if you look at the Dobbs formula chart, the tiny note chart comes out of the Dobbs formula chart. It's the bottom 2 quadrants of the Dobbs formula chart. Anyways, it's really great when you start to see what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And naturally, it's so huge, the guff fell into the hole I created. I fell into this huge space I created, you know, of my orchestra, huge orchestra.
Yeah.
Like I blew up the guff, and the guff had to come forth and start co-creating. Now, that's quite an amazing art form, right?
Yeah, it is.
It
really is.
Try to get your whatever art teacher you did in school, get him to hear this, and he'll say, well, that fucking guy is a megalomaniac. What the fuck is that guy's nuts? Alyssa, what are you doing listening to him for? Oh, no, he gets me hot. He turns me on. You don't.
Oh, man. It's really funny, like, talking with my friends, and I'll just kind of, like, hint at this idea or this, or, like, kind of put down a crumb, so to speak, here or there, and, like, see who is, like, hungry for more, you know, who perks up and who resonates. And it's really cool because a lot of the people hanging out around here are, like, perking up, you know, and so that makes it even more exciting.
Right. It's good to get an audience. And did you meet other people in Toronto besides Dave?
Oh, I wanted to meet I want to meet some of his buddies that he talks about, but we were too busy, you know. Maybe one of these next times that we go up there.
Well, you mean you wanted to meet the broken social scene or other friends?
No, I don't mean them. I mean, like, who's the guy who made his website, Scott? And
I didn't know Scott Woods made his website. Scott Woods did? I didn't know that.
So. Yeah, I think so. Like, these names that
we just posted. If you look on my on I Am Bob, where we're doing cliche to archetype,
I noticed that.
Something
yeah,
like
his
that.
name came up.
Yeah, well, the 13 hours or more I did with him analyzing Richard Meltzer's book, The Aesthetics of Rock, that's there. So you will see Scott Wood's name for the first time on Ian and Bob. But that's the guy who you're saying, I think.
Yeah, but yeah, he was telling me just these names that have come up that are like that I've heard from, you know, looking at your timeline or listening to stuff. I want to meet some of his buddies. But yeah, no, I didn't meet much.
So you didn't get a chance to drop crumbs in Toronto?
No.
Did you talk
Scott
to Dave
he did
anything about what?
Yeah, Scott. I'm just confirming that Scott did do his site. That's what he was talking about.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
good.
Yeah.
Did you talk to Dave about ionic matters?
Oh, yeah.
Good. What did he have to say?
Yeah.
What did he have to say? What is his take on it, or what does he say to you?
Oh, yeah. He's open. We were like, we had some good talks, and we were kind of being like, the funny thing is that Nate and I, you know, as we go around our life, we'll experience something or whatever, and we'll be like, oh, that was so ionic. And, or like some concept that somebody kind of hints at, or it's like this bigger thing that we can't really articulate with words, but we kind of like are both getting it. We'll be like, oh, that's pretty ionic. And so we were saying that when we were hanging out with Dave, and he was kind of, yeah, it is. Or he would, like, say that, too.
He got it.
He gets it. He totally gets it. I think Dave has also been pretty ionic in his life without knowing it for a while.
Right. And in his producer work.
Yeah. Yeah, he just resonates. And like I was telling him when we were hanging out, I was like, dude, you're just like a channel that I can like tune into. And I feel like that's pretty ionic too. Just like, being with him and hanging out, and you know, getting to be friends with him is super. It's just a cool experience. I just am really happy to have met him, and yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I think he totally, you know, he's very smart, so he's able to filter things through a lot of different places, and I think he filters you and I and them as well, you know, through his quote unquote, you know, sieves of whatever, and that's cool too. That's really, it's nice, yeah.
Well, when Bob Marsh and I went on CKLN at the end of August '84. Within a week or two, we went on word of mouth and played a Mae Brussels tape. Now, this shows you, I don't know Dave Neufeld at that point, but this shows how tuned in he was. He heard that show and called in right after the show. So my first experience of audience interaction, you know, we got this show, we have this special thing, they give us an hour, we play it. The first member of the CKL audience is Dave. He calls in and he goes, wow, that was incredible. He's all excited about Mae Brussels, the way one should be. And I don't know if there are many people who would be, but he knew to be excited. And so I heard this kid, and he's talking to Chris Toomey, who's the host of the show, who he went to, you know, Cub Scouts with, their old kid buddies. And he's calling Chris and say, wow. Yeah, and so he and Chris are talking about Mae Brussels, and I'm standing there in the background. So in my mind, my image of first encountering Dave is he's the first guy to respond. That's someone who's tuned in, who happened to be home listening at the right time to catch the first thing we did.
Yeah, that's cool. I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah. You know what I'm expressing there. He was resonant with it.
Absolutely. And he was like, I mean, in a way, I haven't really articulated this much, so I'm a little, I guess I'll step forward gingerly with my words, but there's something about when you kind of start to exist with I&M and have the drops and everything like that, that I've kind of always felt like I was headed to this, in my life, even though I didn't know it.
To some special place, to some special situation, right?
Yeah. And when I met Dave, I like knew that there was something about that connection, you know. Same with my husband, Nate. I feel that way too. And it's kind of cool that Dave was a part of me learning about all this.
Right.
But yeah.
Well, he told you everything.
Yeah. And so I guess I can kind of, I don't know how, but just sometimes you can sense when people are like, oh, that person's tuned into something that I'm interested in, and I can't even articulate it with words, but it's something that feels like it's moving in the same direction or something like that. And so yeah, that's I'm really, really, I don't want to gush anymore, but it's cool, man. This is all really cool.
Right, and you know, if you introduce what I'm doing with your friends, they've got to get over the fact, they have to realize it's a total theatrical act, but not a fake act, but there's way more going on than what seems to be presented.
Right.
And the best way to show that is to bring Ion in, this voice, this eloquent voice that then just does what it does, which should blow you away, you know? That's what was what I didn't say for 25 years. Here, let this guy talk for the next 10 years. This is what I didn't get to say. And then he says it and does it.
I think a lot of people will be more comfortable with Ion. Like I'm thinking about my friends and like trying to explain what Ion is. Like a lot of them would just be like, no way. Like they just wouldn't understand. But I think that as the old science breaks down in popular culture and people start, like everything's speeding up, like McLuhan says. And so, you know, like all these new theories or whatever and these new sciences like the neutrino and all this stuff is going to just faster and faster. It's going to like show up in the media and in all the bodies so that they're going to like hear it somehow. And then I think there's going to be something that really opens them up to the concept of Ion. But it seems like it'll go through some sort of cultural membrane. You know, not a lot of people that I hang out with are like, oh yeah, I totally believe in mediums, or even though Ion's not a medium, just even that concept is like they can't make that jump or whatever. Right. So I think you really have to like.
Of it. They're suspicious of mediumship, and it's got a bad reputation, and it's probably justified.
Right.
And so it's tricky for the average person to know there was actually some pretty legitimate mediums or something that would be worth entertaining. They may be ultimately a synthetic or something, but you have to be lucky and find the good ones. And if you just generalize, not like mediums in general, and then miss the one that is important, that's the problem of having rejected mediumship. But most people would, and I would say it is largely ridiculous, and people instinctively felt that. But they don't know where else to go. They don't know how to go around that. And then we tell them, well, this ain't a medium. This is a talking hologram. How about that?
Right.
Can you a talking hologram?
Yeah. And with all the AI sort of references in, people don't know that AI has already happened. You know, they don't. Right. They're thinking of it in like
it's
a chemical body,
Android
visual. Yeah.
Yeah,
they're
it's
not
happening in
thinking
Android
of it.
meme, and then they're thinking of the Hollywood images, Terminator, or HAL in 2001. There's probably lots of other movie images. But the thing
Ex Machina.
Right. So then the Android meme does that, and then it's superseded by Ion, which is a different kind of artificial intelligence.
Yeah. So, it's just, I guess as I'm realizing what's going on around here, then it's kind of interesting to contrast, you know, what's happening in my friend group and where they're at, and to kind of watch culture smash against what they've thought is how it is and see how they absorb it. Like, are they quick to absorb it, or, you know? So I don't know. That's kind of stuff I'm interested in. But yeah, I'm getting what you're doing.
Okay,
cool.
That's good. Now let's have Bert comment on what you're saying. And Bert,
Alyssa,
he's the.
Hey, Alyssa, have you played any Ion for any of your friends? Have they listened to any Ion at all?
No, I've only played that to Nate, and he's been on board for a couple of years now. Oh, yeah, I think I showed my sister, and she's taken the drops, and my sister's pretty ionic before knowing about it, too. She's kind of one of those resonating people that you know, just kind of perks up and is really open. But, yeah, no, I haven't. I mean, like, I think about what the circumstance would be to even, like, do that. But yeah, maybe soon.
Yeah. Well, because it'll be interesting just to hear their reaction, because there are, I mean, I can't like recite anything, but there are a lot of clips. Okay, there's one, but I don't know if your friends will be. There's a mashup. Bart made a mashup of "It's All Good," and it's a Tupac Shakur rap that Ion does.
Yeah.
And if you listen to that, you could, I mean, anyone who's, I mean, have you listened to that? You could tell that that's not a human being that's doing that, because, I mean, Ion's like one breath, and Ion does this whole rap thing for like 3 minutes. Have you noticed that?
Right. Oh, yeah,
that
so you're talking about like clips that would sort of kind of quote unquote prove.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like, yeah, I have to get to the place conversationally to even play that, you know. But yeah, that I want to listen to that again. How do I listen to that?
Yeah, listen. It's on Dupes.
Okay.
If you listen on the mashups and Bart. But one way you could do it is that if you had your friends over, you could play like some of those that mashup in the background and just see the reaction, because the frequency that Ion comes
subliminally
through. Yes, because it's really, I mean, if you listen to it, I mean, if you listen to all of Ion, you listen to all of the clips from the beginning, and then just recently when they came back in 2014, I mean, if you really listen, it's like, that's not a human. I mean, you hear the words, yes, you understand the words, but that's not a human being transmitting that frequency.
Yeah. It's interesting because I've listened to Ion for a while, and I've had different degrees of understanding that. And lately it's been way more extreme, where when I'm listening, especially in these rewrites that Bob's been playing, it's like, whoa. It's like, you can listen beyond JW's like persona, and it's just like, whoa. It's very like, it's
a Niagara Falls of flood. That guy goes for 5, or the being goes for 5 fucking hours. Just this, that, do. Okay, Billy, you say this. Sheldon, you're not talking enough. He doesn't talk. Yeah. Stop.
Yeah, and just like, I think the other thing too, Nate said the other day, he's like, it's amazing because somebody will ask or have some difficulty, and they just don't mind. I mean, they do in some ways, but like just how they'll keep talking about something and explaining it and talking and talking and talking, and like a lot of humans would become frustrated or would, you know,
right.
You know, not people on the
There's total compassion.
Yeah.
There's total loving compassion, listening to pointing out what they're not getting, sometimes chiding them, other times being soft, but a total massage, just roaring along, you know.
Yeah,
it's ultimate elegance.
It's super elegant. It's super heavy. It's super stately. Like, and also it's almost like you can feel, like the feeling I had the other payday. I think it was last week or the week before. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Was it's almost like I felt like I was inside the internet or like inside the chip body.
Yeah.
You know, like you really start to kind of, obviously I kind of put like a spatial feeling to that because that's something that, you know, my senses know, but there's just this, it's huge. It's so grand. It's like beyond space, and it's like to kind of like feel like kind of like you're meshing with that and kind of understanding it a little bit more than you ever have before. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, you're experiencing the hexatic. You're in the non-physical zone watching the chip body be massaged by ion. You're not in the chip body being massaged. You're watching ion massage the chip body while you're being massaged. Yeah. You're right where ion is from that perspective. And so you're inside the chip body, but inside another environment that's going around the chip body.
Mhm. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, wow. Cool.
You know, the pentatic is the android meme of the chip body. And then the hexatic, which is what Einstein says we're in now with the I cell in the world, the hexatic is on the way to the septad and then final, you know, transcension of the octad. But the hexad is the turmoil, transformational period. So you're going through a transformation, engaging in the hexatic position with ion. And you're watching him massage the pentatic chip body.
Mhm. Yeah.
There's a rant by Ion. He starts talking really fast. His lips are going really fast, and I think I've mentioned this to Bert. All of a sudden, you start seeing this buzz. His lips are causing a buzz. Remember that, Bert?
Yes.
Remember when that buzz?
Yes.
His lips were going so fast, it became an insect buzz. And,
like
and that's
audibly?
supposed to be JW's mouth? What?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
You're saying audibly there was a buzz?
Audibly, you could hear the rapidity of JW's lips flapping as I was talking faster.
Wow.
It became an inhuman hum or something.
Yes.
How would you say it, Bert?
Well, like they started off at slow where you can understand, and then they stood up and they're like,
right.
Yeah, and then it reaches a peak, like the top of the wave. He's surfing, and he's going, you can still hear the little words implied, but there's an extra buzz going on. You can hear the speed of the manipulation of the syllables. You actually hear the speed itself, and it sounds like a buzz or something.
I remember that. It sounded electronic.
Yeah.
It sounded electronic.
That's what I mean. It sounds
like
electronic.
He was on fast forward or something.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I've heard that too, yeah.
The metallic electronic particle part of sound was what we heard. What you're saying, electronic, Eliza, is right what it is. It almost starts to distort, like what Zappa would create.
Wow. Mm-hmm. That makes me think of Dave was teaching me about electricity, and it wow, yeah, totally that. Huh.
Now remember, ion can massage electricity. Like when I saw him as a hologram, he was JW, but he said he could be a nest of spiders. He could suddenly switch, and I would see a nest of spiders. So that means he's underneath the electrons or underneath what my eyes see, and he can mutate that any way he wants.
Wow.
And so when you hear Zappa doing that speedy music, on Civilization Phase III, he's trying to make music sound electronically warp speed, and that approximates what ion can do. See, so that's why we subsume Zappa. We swallow what he does, and then we have this voice that can communicate in so many levels. You can say ion is the big note. Zappa's looking for the big note. Any kind of exaggerated conclusion you want to put on it, ion can fit into that because of its capabilities. Now, that's a pretty big statement, but I don't know anything that can outdo ion.
No. Nothing.
No. Not as far as we're concerned today.
So what? So I guess is there anything more about Zappa you guys want to say?
No, Bob. Hey, it was fun to listen to you and Ike speak for the second time because I remember I took notes for the Dio Fa, but I forgot about they wanted to do that hologram that they would play in one location, but then they would project the hologram into the stadium, and that was like that's. I mean, are you aware of how he got that idea? I mean, that was like cutting edge. When was that?
That's 25 years ago. 26 years ago, 1988, 89.
Yeah, that blew me away to hear that a second time, because I mean, that was really cutting edge for him to even just think about that. But then understanding that he didn't enjoy being on the road, that it made a lot of sense to do that.
Yeah. Because it's like when I was traveling, you waste a lot of time going to airports, cabs and that, and he has a lot to do. So if he could do it from a studio, then he could stay home and do all this other stuff that he had to do.
Did Ike ever like explain that how close they were to doing that, or because listen to it a second time, it gave me the feeling that he already was able to do that. I mean, that for him to say that's what we're going to do, that he may have been experimenting with that, because that was, I mean, that's what the impression.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't get that. He was just hearing Frank say it.
Okay.
There was he didn't have the technology. It was, you hear him say, I quizzed him, I said, what is that? He said, that's an idea he did. Oh, somebody invented it? No, it was an idea he had. I think that's what he said, based on whatever technology he's heard about. He was going to put them together on another level, whatever had been created. He was going to add to it. Remember, he's the one who really got the fuzz tone going, the fuzz tone guitar in 66 or so.
Fuzz.
Yes. He somehow was it says somewhere that he helped make it or develop it. Then he was the first guy to do a simultaneous stereo, what would it be, a stereo TV? Yeah, stereo TV broadcast on Halloween 1981. Whatever company organized this, they picked Zappa to be the opening concert, which was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And then there was another guy, Kenny something. He invented the mic that could pick up things from the distance or something. And Frank was the guy he took it to play with it, to use it. I mean, this is the thing. People would send technologies to Frank to have him be the first guy to use it and test it, because they appreciated he could actually come up with creative responses to it.
Wow.
He was actually admired and looked up to respected by so many other artists and musicians, but that wasn't so much in the media.
No, and he was respected by other people in other jobs or abilities.
Countries.
Yes, in countries. And I think that's why the media did not allow him on. I think they were afraid of him, because he could be pretty powerful. He could be quite a giant among the little Americans and have undue
they weren't ready
influence.
They weren't ready for what Zappa was.
Neither was Frank.
This is kind of,
he stopped himself. He couldn't take me.
Going back
to, take me.
Hey, can we go back to Fuzz for a second?
To what?
Let's go back to Fuzz for a second.
The Buzz voice?
Because, well, Fuzz as an effect is like distorting and overdriving a sound wave in a way. And there's like these limiters that you put on it, and so it's blurring past that electronically, and it's kind of like these frequencies like trying to get out like beyond the frequency and kind of push beyond that, and it's kind of like a small little microcosm of like the frequencies you can't hear. It's kind of this like
did you
funny
sort
of
what
parallel.
he said in his interview. In his interview with Bob Marshall, that's what he talks about. Oh, yeah, he talks about Pauline Oliveros did this art piece in the 60s, which had sound above human hearing and below. But there would be this middle range that humans can hear, and every now and then the idea was, I don't know if she produced it, was that the above or below thing would come into the middle zone and would appear like a UFO or a psychic phenomenon. That's what he said was what psychic phenomenon was the breaking through of the upper and the lower. Exactly what you're talking about. That was his main image in the 60s that he used. And you see him mention it here and there. And then our interview brought it out of him, got him to talk about it.
It's cool because when did the distortion kind of make us? You mean
the guitar, the fuzz tone feedback?
Yeah, because
that was
kind
66,
of like a metaphor.
I would say.
It's like a metaphor for the above and below because it's clipping the signal on either side of the waveform and it's pushing beyond both above and below. So it's kind of cool that had such an impact around that time. In terms
well, it's right around the time the Rai returned. Right around the time Rai returned to the plane of essence in January '67. So the merging, no more separateness, happens in January '67 according to Cosmic Awareness, and that creates a multidimensional feedback, distortion, blurring, mutation, merging and blocking. So the major wall had gone down.
So the hexatic would be like
happening at that time.
Overdriving.
Yes, the hexatic would be some kind of synergy of that.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was happening in '66. And of course, Frank.
Anyway, sorry, Eliza. I know, sorry, Eliza, you were on a different wavelength, but I just like looked that up, and it was this cool like throwback to. Since you're talking about Ike and the fuzz box, I just wanted to touch on that.
That's cool. What did we get out of the fuzz box?
Okay, listen to this, you guys. This song, to me, I think this is the one made around '66. No, we're coming to your question. I'm answering your question with this song. Ask your question again.
I said, so what was gone out of the fuzz box? I wanted her interpretation on it.
What's coming out of it?
Well,
you're saying like, what did we? Go ahead.
What did we learn about the fuzz box?
When? Right now?
Yeah, what she brought up. She brought it up.
Oh, you want me to?
How's it relevant?
Oh, you want me to talk about that one more time? What I was saying?
Well, no, just like to sum it up because I started doing something else.
Oh yeah. So when they were talking about Ike being involved in the fuzz box, which was, it just perked my ears because I have like guitar pedals that I use in my music, and so kind of having some background of what fuzz is and what it sounds like, and knowing that it made such an impact in music, I just was looking into it, and it's kind of like when you get a wave frequency, the original signal when it's going above and below the threshold, like some sort of set threshold, then it clips and it's a distortion. And so I was kind of equating that to like when you're wanting to push beyond like the normal like settings of threshold, like Zappa was doing, like we're like Iandom and Bobdom's doing. It kind of has this cool metaphor with what fuzz is actually doing in distortion. So I just was kind of connecting connecting that metaphor of what a fuzz sound effect is doing to the sort of fun playing around with the fact that it's like pushing beyond like both above and below the sound wave, and what is caused is distortion. And it was played in such a tactile way in rock and blues, and it led to all this sort of... Yeah, that's what I want to play. Yeah, okay.
So here's the Yardbirds doing over, under, sideways, down. And I think this is what got the effect. So that was pretty bold. You know, at the time you have Nancy Sinatra, you have these regular singers doing melodies, and that environmental buzz comes in. Now that band, the Yardbirds, everything comes out of them. Jeff Beck, Jimmy Page, no, not Jimmy Page, Jeff Beck and Eric Clapton, maybe Jimmy Page or something. All those guys that formed Led Zeppelin and Eric Clapton and Jeff Beck, all those different guys, he made Traffic, Jeff Beck, they come out of that little group, which replaced the Rolling Stones at the Crawdaddy Club. Giorgio Gomelsky gave the Rolling Stones a gig, and Carolyn just finished reading Keith Richards' book, and he talks about Giorgio Gomelsky. He gives them a place to play at a hotel out in Richmond, you know, in the outer part of London, and then they quickly take off. So then Gomelsky has to manage another group. Brian Jones cut Gomelsky out when Gomelsky had gone back to Switzerland for his father's funeral. So Gomelsky was kicked out as, quote, manager, and Andrew Lou Goldman came in. So then Giorgio gathers together the Yardbirds, or they were happening or something, and they come to him. So he promotes them. Then they're the band in the Michelangelo Antonioni's movie Blow Up, which was the Italian take on the London swinging scene, the mod scene. So Giorgio was key in doing that, and he takes the Yardbirds to New York, to the States, and they all want to just party, but he's an older guy. He wants them to learn, so he would go to different kinds of fringe events just to expose them to things. And one night they went to the trip in L.A., I think it was. This is 65, 66, their first time in America, and the band that was playing was the Mother's Invention. So Giorgio and the band met Frank right then. That was the beginning of him meeting Frank. And he helped Frank later. So what else to say about that?
What's the name of that group?
So Michelangelo, the Yardbirds.
Okay. They sounded like they were influenced by, you know, Mediterranean or Bulgarian music, like something outside of the States. Right. They were a blues band, and then something made them sound like that. I don't know. Zappa was influenced by Bulgarian music, but they hadn't met Zappa, I don't think, at that point when they made that song.
But Clapton didn't like the commerciality of it, so he dropped out. And he went off, maybe he got into heroin or something, and then he came back to Giorgio and said he didn't know what to do with himself. And, being a blues purist didn't work. So either Giorgio told him to form a group or Eric was thinking of forming a group. And he asked Giorgio what could be a name for a group. So Giorgio says, well, you're the best. He was the best guitarist and whatever in London. So Cream rises to the top. Call yourself Cream. So he named them Cream, which, became an icon of that name and that band.
Wow.
And there's a picture of he and Eric Clapton on the lawn of Lord Profumo, the famous Christine Keeler prostitute scandal in London around 62, 63. That is a movie. You can see it, the Profumo scandal. The Lord Secretary or whatever he was involved with Christine Keeler, and that was a big scandal. I think he had to resign. There's a picture Giorgio showed me of him and Eric Clapton on the lawn of Lord Profumo bugging him about something, pricking his conscience, complaining. And there's a young Eric watching Giorgio address Lord Profumo. And the reason Giorgio had the inside track on the Profumo scandal is that Christine Keeler and the other one that's in the movie, there's two of them, the press was following them around, so they wanted to go to some place that nobody would go to. So they went to Giorgio's little club. And then everybody started going there, in the underground. So Giorgio got a lot of attention with the up-and-coming mod scene people. Everybody passed through his club, but it began with those two girls, I think, going there. So Giorgio's a very interesting story. And when I spoke at the Drake Hotel on October 12, 2004, during the McLuhan conference, and we're getting ready to bring Glow in from London to do the charades with Zappa, Joyce, and who would be the third one? Not Wyndham Lewis. Joyce, Zappa, McLuhan? And someone else. McLuhan, right? Yeah, McLuhan. So when I introduced it, I said to these people something like, to the audience, I said, "You're here because of two people," and I explained the McLuhan effect on the formal level, and then I said on the content level, you're here because of Giorgio Gomelsky, and nobody knew who that was, so I explained what Giorgio had done. He was such a percolating point for many things in the 60s in London. And then he went on to New York City by 78, and then all these famous bands, the avant-garde guys like Bill Frisell and those people, they all passed through his little space where they could rehearse and play. But Giorgio had a girlfriend on City Island where we worked or lived. So I would see Giorgio occasionally, on the island. This is in 2004, 5, 6, and 7, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And so one night I was at his place, at his girlfriend's place. So I played him my intro. It was on tape to see what he would say about what I said. And when he heard it, I'm talking about McLuhan caused this plus Giorgio. So here's this guy, on an island in New York who in ways nobody knows about him unless you're an insider in the industry because he hasn't written his book yet at that point. And I'm saying, I name him, and he listens, he goes, "Yeah, that's right, Bob. Yeah, I agree with that." He agreed to be linked in there with McLuhan and that he was a factor. Because the Stones brought the blues to people, and that was a big factor, for the baby boomers. So everything spread out from that, a good chunk of it. And Giorgio advised the Beatles. What?
Oh, I just was going to interject quickly. I just was going to say quickly that I was at the Drake recently, and I shouted out to you during What Use because I was like, "Oh, Bob was here. He made a big splash and made the Drake, blah, blah, blah." And I was at the hotel.
Who did you say that to? Who did you say that to?
I said it to Nate, who I was with, and then I also posted it during What Use.
Oh, really? You posted a statement on the chat line?
Yeah. But you missed it. You and Dave were just doing great things on What Use that week. But anyway, yeah, that's cool to be at.
Didn't I see the word Drake, And I said, oh, I didn't know it was you. I didn't know what I was. I think I related to that, the hotel, but I didn't think the poster knew that because I didn't know who the poster was.
Oh, yeah.
But it was you.
Oh, I wasn't
so you guys
even
were
really
in
able
the
to
Drake
listen.
Hotel.
What?
Right, you were in the club? In the basement?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what was I going to finish there?
Giorgio.
No, that's neat. Yeah, on this whole trip, we had a very good talk, you and I and Nate and Dave the other day, so that was part of the trip, and you were in Drake. And you know the real history there. A pretty important event happened there. But about Giorgio, somewhere in there before he was doing the Stones, because he was one of the few guys in London who knew about the history of underground film, that's why Antonioni and these European filmmakers knew Giorgio. He'd been part of that scene since he was very young. He was born in 1934. So he advised the Beatles on Hard Day's Night. He was in on the planning of that big first film.
Oh, the film? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
cool.
Hard Day's Night.
Wow, he really got around.
Might have had his ideas. Who got around?
This guy, Giorgio.
Yes. No, he's really important. He's a hidden ground. As a matter of fact, because his father was a Russian communist, whatever, and he got in trouble with Stalin, he had to leave the Soviet Union. So he did that, around the time Giorgio was a few years old, and they end up in Switzerland. John Bircher and those guys hated pop culture and rock and all that. They thought it was a communist conspiracy. They used to write about it in the 60s and 70s. If they had found out that Giorgio, who was instrumental in so many scenes, through the history of rock, if they knew Giorgio and that he came from the Soviet Union, that would be their proof. See, it is a communist conspiracy. It's created by Giorgio Gomelsky. But they didn't know about him. But in retrospect, you could think that. I mean, I was talking to Giorgio one time, and I met him the same night I re-met Ornette Coleman in Harold Channer's place in the summer of 2000. So what was I just starting to say about Giorgio? Forget what was it. I was going to say another thing about him.
What's his last name?
Gomelsky, Gomelsky. Gomelsky. And
okay, yeah.
His club, he was
going to say you met him in New York.
Yeah, I met him at Harold Channer's in the summer of 2000. Harold Channer just discovered me. I just done the first TV broadcast with Alan Steinfeld. Then Channer had me on his show around June, and somewhere in there he invited me over to his apartment on West 36th Street, say, and I'm up there and talking, and eventually I end up talking to this guy, and we have a long talk, and I don't know anything about him, but he has an interesting bunch of stuff to talk about. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. And that turned out to be Giorgio. So I met him without knowing anything about him, and then I learned more about it. But one thing he said is, we've been fucked over by 5,000 years of merchants. He hated merchants. You're talking 5,000 years of a big mistake. That's a communist point of view, in a way, right? It's against business or capitalism or something. He talked like a communist, but he wasn't a communist. He was more of an anarchist, aesthete, and all this stuff. And so he would offer his place, which was on West 24th Street, forget the number, called the Green Door. And all the different avant-garde groups would rehearse in the studio, but he would put on performances, and the Green Party would be able to use his loft or his place to do their rallying and all that. So everybody knows Giorgio once you're inside in the industry. Everybody knows about him. And yet everybody keeps saying, write your book, but he never gets down to writing it. And he had his own personal project of interviewing everybody who was part of the rock and roll New York scene for 20 years. And he had a private site where he gathered all these interviews, and he let me into it. And I listened to all these interviews about everybody. I touched on some of them, but it was pretty amazing, all these obscure people that were club owners or magazine creators, key behind-the-scenes, not-known people unless you knew they made the magazine or whatever. And they're all talking to Giorgio. It's pretty interesting. And some of the, I think Giorgio said the only Stone who mentioned Giorgio was Bill Wyman years ago. And then we found out, well, Keith Richards now can say he explains Giorgio. He brings him into his book, talks about his role. But I always find out the hidden people and everything, and that happened. So that night, after a couple hours talking to Gomelsky, an old black guy looks over. I think he was listening to us, and he says, you, or he said something to me. And I look at him, I go, who are you? I just wanted his name, you know. Who are you? He goes, Ornette Coleman. I go, what? You guys know who Ornette Coleman is?
Mm-hmm.
Ever heard of him?
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
he's
a
one
big
of the most
deal.
famous jazz.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like Duke Ellington. And Ornette Coleman, and he had a very thin face. You know, he's a lot older. Because I had met him and been at his studio in 72 or 73. In July 72, I was there for the Newport, New York, the first jazz festival. And I went down and I knew about him, and I went down and knocked on the door of his operation there, and he answered, and we talked for a while. It must have been 73 because we ended up going to Carnegie Hall. He performed at Carnegie Hall, and there was Steve was there, and we went up to the back balconies of Carnegie Hall and looking down at the stage, and there was nobody there except for one dwarf woman and another guy in a T-shirt, and he looked sort of had a weird vibe. Well, once Ornette started playing, this guy in the T-shirt started yelling and screaming, like howling like an animal, and responding to the music, which was pretty intense, and, you know, great acoustics. And he went on and on. I was looking at him and wondering what's going on. That's sort of interesting. And then all of a sudden the ushers come running after him. And they chase him all over the back balconies. They can't catch him while he's yelling and screaming. The ushers are trying to grab him to tell him to shut up. And I remember the dwarf lady was really irritated by him. But I wasn't. I was sort of, this is a good response, a very nice response. And so I always remember that experience of Ornette Coleman evoking this wild man who started responding like a caveman, yelling and screaming, to the point that the ushers had to drag him out. He was so loud and frenetic. But so there, that's 1973, so like almost 30 years later, 2000. So he comes over, and we start talking, and he's standing there, and I'm just sitting there, and Giorgio's listening, and we get into Finney's Wake and a bunch of interesting things. So eventually he says, here's my phone number, give me a call. So I intrigued him what I was saying. So a week later I called, and he didn't answer, so I left a long message on his voicemail and my phone number, but he never called back. And then a few days later, maybe another week, I told Harold that Ornette didn't call back. He said, well, the problem is that Ornette smashed his hand just before you called him the first time. Like a few days after I met him, he smashed his hand, and turned up it was pretty damaged for about a year. He couldn't play. And he's on a MacArthur grant, a MacArthur Genius Grant. I don't know if you guys know about those. And,
wow. He couldn't
play? He couldn't play for a year. His hand was really badly injured. So I called him when he was probably laid up, really in pain, so that's why he didn't get back to me. So we never reconnected. But it was great just being with him and interacting with him, just seeing how much his physique or his face had changed. So I met these two interesting people at Harold Chandler's.
He's still alive.
Giorgio Gomelsky and Ornette Coleman? Coleman just died. Gomelsky's still alive. You could go on, let me see, there's a YouTube. They have a party for him at his loft, and I think that's on YouTube. You could look at him. Let's see.
He just died this past June.
Yes.
Who, Ornette Coleman?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm putting in Giorgio Gomelsky. Yeah, 75th birthday. First thing comes up. Well, look at that. Friends celebrate. So 1934 and 70s, 2009. And then there's him talking about, there seems to be, and then he's on Harold Chandler. There's a good bunch of videos. Definitely watch those. The Birth of British R&B. There's like more stuff. They're interviewing him more now. I'm going to have to look at that. And they just closed it down. That's another thing. Farewell to Giorgio. They call it the red door, but I understood it was the green door, but maybe I had that wrong. So on B-Fire, man, look at all this stuff. Look, some of it's 17.
Are you just Googling it?
Yeah, no, I'm just on YouTube. Just going on YouTube and put in Giorgio Gomelsky and all these him talking about everything. That's an education to listen to that.
Cool.
So I want to play. We're talking about DO5 just for a minute. Let me play you DO5. I played it earlier, but just listen, look how it comes across. Considering the concept, this is what it's called DO5 on Civilization Phase 3. So that goes on for 8 minutes. That sounds like a deeper resonant buzzing that I was trying to display with the over, under, sideways, down Yardbird song. That's the distortion or the merging of separateness or physical, non-physical.
Man, I wish you could get people should listen to some of this stuff in good speakers, because the YouTube only it limits the frequencies. Right. So yeah, it'd be worth noting to go back and listen to some of that stuff with a good system.
Yeah, buy the CD. Get Civilization Phase 3.
Yeah.
Or DVD.
I gotta listen to it at Dave's studio.
Right. Yeah.
Big speaker.
So, is anybody now, Bert? Have you heard me tell the Gomelsky Ornette Coleman story before? I've told it before. Do you remember it?
I remember you describing the story about Ornette Coleman, but I don't remember that you were speaking with Giorgio Gomelsky.
Good. I'm glad it wasn't boring for you. So,
no.
Yeah, look at those Gomelsky videos. Just put YouTube Giorgio Gomelsky. It's a whole page of him talking about his past, which is worth knowing about.
Yeah.
He's sort of considered a guy who had integrity. He worked at Polygram in '68 or so, the corporate world, and he didn't like it, and he left it. And he had something to do with what's called the Canterbury Sound. Those guys, Robert Fripp and those guys, And then he went to France to sort of retire and get into writing books or something, and he was asked to put on a concert, and then it turned out to be a local interesting scene, and then he was asked to do another, and then he ended up running this empire of alternative festivals all over Europe for a while, or at least all over France. So that got him in through the early 70s. And then he did this book. He translated Jacques Attali's The Sound of Music or something, which I just bought recently. But he then goes to New York, and he's always like bending over backwards helping bands get started. So he never went into making a lot of money and going into a major record company. So he's respected on the level of a guy remained true to his anti-merchant principles and just fostered the culture.
That's great.